This is Democracy Watch. Mark, at long last, we finally have an update on the Epstein files. This one comes direct from Pam Bondi herself to a judge. Can you explain what happened in court?
Yeah, it's more excuses. It's excuse. You know what? It's not the Epstein files. So another letter from Pam Bondi to the federal judge who is overseeing the Ghislaine Maxwell case and the release of these records pursuant to this new law by Congress. By the way, all the records were supposed to come out December 19th, right? Like, so they keep sending these letters saying, Your Honor, we're doing a really great job. Let us tell you what a great job we're doing. We're reviewing records, and we've got lots of people reviewing the records, and we're doing a phenomenal job. But here's my question, Pam. Where the fuck are the Epstein files? Okay, enough with the letters, enough with the self-congratulation, enough with the hundreds of lawyers reviewing millions of pages. Where are the Epstein files? And Brian, if you look into the background of all of this, you know that this is just another way of delaying, because Pam Bondi last year on February 27th said she wanted all the Epstein files in her office. In July of last year, she and Kash Patel put out a statement out of the Department of Justice that said they had reviewed 300 gigabytes of records, and they've collected all these records, and they were like, all we keep hearing is they're reviewing and reviewing, and yet all they've produced is 12,000 out of a couple of million.
So at what point does the judge actually see this letter by Pam Bondi and say, no, like these excuses aren't going to fly. I'm tired of being jerked around here, and we need these files actually released before, we go to the next step, which, we had spoken about the prospect of Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna trying to push for a special master. But at what point does the judge not accept these excuses being put forward by Pam Bondi?
Look, isn't this the problem that we have been talking about over and over again? Not just in this case, but in a whole bunch of cases. There was just a judge that said that he wanted the head of ICE to show up in his courtroom because, there had been, violations of his court orders. Like over and over again, we keep hearing judges saying, oh, you've been disregarding my orders. Oh, you've been disregarding, in this case, a federal statute. And you and I keep doing these videos and saying, okay, when is a judge going to finally say enough is enough, right? I don't care what the excuses are. I don't even need you to show up in my courtroom. Yeah. I'm just going to impose as you say, the next step, whether it's in some cases sanctions, in case like this, appoint a special master. But the judiciary is bound up in these traditions of assuming that when the Department of Justice tells them something, that they take it at face value. They take it that it's good faith. So when you have the Attorney General filing a letter saying we've moved heaven and earth to review all these records, the judge, thinks, okay, well, they've moved heaven and earth, rather than saying, I don't understand, Ms. Bondi, General Bondi. Congress passed a law and told you this was your top priority. So stop telling us that you're patting yourself on the back for making this a priority when Congress told you this was your top priority for the next 30 days.
And I should note, by the way, that you've been doing excellent coverage of this on a daily basis. For those who haven't yet subscribed to Democracy Docket, that is the news outlet Mark founded to focus on everything voting and elections. If you are not yet subscribed, it is, again, one of the resources I use every single day. Could not recommend higher that everybody here subscribe. So I'm going to put that link right here on the screen and also in the post description of this video.
So one of the reasons why Brian just hit 5 million subscribers, 5 million, that's like 5,000,000, comma 000, right? A lot of zeros in that, right? And he's getting millions of views every day, is because Brian is doing the real deal here. Like, he is out there giving you the news and information you need and doing the interviews, by the way. Like, you look at the people he's interviewing, he's getting real-time interviews with the real newsmakers out there. So make sure you're subscribed to this channel and hit the bell to make sure you don't miss anything.
Well, I appreciate that, and I'm going to put the link to subscribe right here on the screen. Mark, do you think that Pam Bondi recognizes that she can just put forward these delay tactics because at the end of the day, there's nothing in the law that imposes any consequences or forces any enforcement, and so she, as long as she can just kind of jerk around a judge, then she knows that that's the worst that can happen, given the fact that the law didn't include any consequences.
Well, I mean, yes and no. I mean, the law didn't say if the Department of Justice violates the law, right? It didn't say that, but it did give a deadline. And, Congressman Khanna and Congressman Massey gave the judge a pretty good solution, right? And
Yeah.
not one that is punitive towards the Department of Justice. I mean, I'd be more punitive towards the Department of Justice, but they just said, look, if DOJ can't get it done, if in fact the dog keeps eating their homework, if in fact they've got too many records, too many places, and they keep finding new ones, and they don't have the lawyers, rather than bellyaching about it, let's just hire a special master, appoint a special master, probably a retired judge, someone very well respected. They can tap into a lot of resources that apparently DOJ can't figure out how to tap into. And get these files released. And I thought that was a pretty good solution. And it's a shame that the judge didn't agree with it or didn't think that he had the power to agree with it, because in these times, where we have extraordinary actions by the Department of Justice, we have extraordinary actions by the White House. We have a White House that controls the Department of Justice, and we have a White House and Department of Justice that clearly don't want you, the people watching this video, to see the Epstein files. Like, that's the
Yeah.
bottom line. Like, they don't want you seeing them because they know that if those Epstein files are released and you set aside the legacy media, and Lord knows what they'll do to, like, gussy it all up.
Yeah.
People
Yeah.
like Brian, people like Brian will give you the Epstein files. Like, one of the things I love about Brian is he shows you the record, then he talks about it. So, like, he'll put the Epstein files on the screen and then brief you on it, and that's what Pam Bondi doesn't want.
Mark, what about the fact that the DOJ keeps engaging in other projects? And you and I have spoken about the fact that DOJ is trying to get voter files, for example. So the DOJ clearly has other resources to expend on all of this other bullshit. The legality of which is suspect at best. But can a judge take into account the fact that the DOJ, out of one side of their mouth, is saying, hey, we don't have enough resources to get the Epstein files to you, despite the fact that they were due 7 weeks ago. But out of the other side of their mouth, they can say the DOJ has plenty of resources to be able to demand the voter file, the voter rolls from, 24 different states and 10 other Republican states, which, by the way, you are litigating in 24 different jurisdictions across the country. But can a judge take that into account when Pam Bondi offers up this bogus excuse that there aren't enough resources to get this thing out, despite the fact that it was due weeks and weeks and weeks ago?
Yeah, look, the judge should take all of that into account. And look, the judge should just take into account the fact that Congress passed this law.
Right.
It's Congress's job to set the priorities for the executive branch. The whole point of the executive branch is to make sure the law is take care of the law is faithfully executed, right? So it's actually not DOJ's decision to prioritize this versus that. That's Congress's job. And
Yeah.
Congress gave them a deadline, and their obligation was to meet it. And that might mean not bringing more voter suppression cases. It might mean not bringing more cases to try to access voter files to screw with the 2026 election. It might mean not, dedicating more lawyers to figure out how to, send 2-year-olds and 5-year-olds, to wherever they're sending them, right? The Department of Justice has a lot of lawyers. I mean, it's got thousands and thousands of lawyers. And by the way, there are FBI agents who could be reviewing these files, and they've got lots and lots of those. There are FBI analysts who could be reviewing those, and they've got lots of those, right? And then there are lawyers at other government agencies that could be tapped. I mean, maybe some of the agents in ICE or the lawyers in ICE could be detailed to review the Epstein files. I mean, rather than doing what they're doing in Minneapolis, there's no shortage of people in the Department of Justice and in the government to review, let's just call it 2 million records. There are lots of civil cases handled by private law firms that have more than 2 million records that have to be reviewed, and they get them reviewed much faster than is going on here. And the biggest law firm is not as big as the federal government.
Right. Mark,
and by the way, towards that end, didn't Donald Trump make deals with some of these big law firms?
I mean, he's owed all of this pro bono work anyway. Why not take advantage now?
Yeah, they're not so interested in the big law firms spending pro bono time reviewing the Epstein files to get those put out, huh?
Yeah. Last question here, and this is kind of zooming out a little bit. In your estimation, do you think that we will see the full breadth of the Epstein files released?
So that's a great question, and it's one that I get all the time. People are worried that we will never see the worst of the Epstein files because there will be an effort to destroy them or withhold them. I don't think they're going to get destroyed. I do think we're going to wind up having a fight over records being withheld. And here's the thing, Brian. Remember, just in the first 1%, and that's all that's been released, actually less than 1%.
Yeah.
Even there, remember in the first rounds of production, how many records were redacted in like really extensive ways that everybody was like pointing to the statute and being like, you're breaking the law because you're not allowed to redact anything other than victim names. Like, I don't think those games are behind us. I think those games are actually much more in front of us. You know, one of the things in this letter that they mention are videos, and that they are redacting videos. Like, you know, you can redact a video to take out the images of the women and girls who are victims. Something tells me that the redaction and the withholding on those videos is going to be broader than that. I don't know that, but I suspect it. I don't think the White House and the Department of Justice are going to let the most incriminating records out. Forget about victims. Again, we got to protect the victims, but I think that Donald Trump is not here for that. And if you ask me why it's taking them so long and why they keep doing this wheel spinning, I think it's because, and again, it's just my opinion, I don't know this, it's the Department of Justice is in a state of semi-paralysis. They are reviewing the records. The higher ups want to know what are in them. Remember, we had those reports going back over the summer when the FBI did their review. Remember, there were all these reports, the higher ups wanted to know what they were finding and not finding. Like, I think that there is something going on in the push and pull of this review that is not just about the actual review of the records. It has to do with what records they want released, in what order, and what sequence, with what. And I think when this is all said and done, and they say they are complete, mark my words, there will still be records that were not released, and there will still be records that have been redacted inappropriately.
Well, again, highly recommend for anybody looking to follow excellent coverage of exactly this story and other legal news, other voting rights news, other democracy news. Democracy Docket is the best outlet that I could recommend right now, so I'm going to put that link right here on the screen and also in the post description of this video. I read it on a daily basis. It is how I find out about all of this stuff as soon as it breaks. So if you're not yet subscribed, please go ahead and subscribe. I'm Brian Teller Cohen.
I'm Mark Elias.
This is Democracy Watch.
What they're doing in Minnesota with the strike needs to expand. I think we should be talking about a national general economic strike until this is over.
Minneapolis brought out 100,000 people for a general strike on Friday, and the only tool we really have to fight back against ICE terror is to expand and extend that general strike to a nationwide general strike. This Friday, no work, cut it all off.
So it turns out that Minnesota's one-day strike is proving to be a lot more successful than any of us realized, because it's not just that a lot of people turned out in high numbers and 700 businesses closed down for the day. They're also getting the Trump regime to start to buckle under the pressure of their demands, and they also apparently scared the shit out of Minnesota-based corporations, 60 of which signed onto an open statement calling for a de-escalation of tensions. And for all of these corporations to come together directly after a general strike to say anything is pretty significant. And my hope was that if their one-day general strike was a success, that would help build momentum towards a national general strike. And I am pleased to report that that is exactly what's happening. You just heard from two celebrities who called for national work stoppages, which feels significant. But they're not the only ones, because Pedro Pascal shared this image to his 11.6 million followers on Instagram, calling for a national strike. And more importantly, he promoted Friday's national shutdown as well, with a link to the organization's website that encourages people to participate by boycotting work, school, and consumer spending for the day. And I get that celebrities no longer have the cultural cachet that they used to have, but them using their platforms for the greater good is still a net positive. Furthermore, them talking about a general strike alone is important because it signifies just how mainstream the idea has become, because a lot of celebrities, let's face it, they are completely out of touch. So if the people at the bottom of our social hierarchy are getting through to those towards the top, that's a pretty good indication that the message is finally being received. And celebrities sharing information about a general strike then creates buzz about a general strike. And then mainstream news outlets like Newsweek then begin to report about how Hollywood is now calling for a general strike too. And this is how you build momentum and work towards something bigger and more impactful. But having said all of that, the mainstreamification of popular movements, it can be a double-edged sword, because there is a real risk of co-optation by elites who are going to try to hijack it and use it for self-promotion, or try to commodify it and turn it into a marketing stunt or water it down. I'm not saying that these celebrities are going to do that, but if other people try to hop on the bandwagon like politicians, then that can actually be something that is dangerous to the cause. This is what Democrats did with other protests in the past, and we have to make sure that that doesn't happen again, that, you know, they're the ones who are also the target of a general strike, because the goal is to inflict as much economic pain as we can on elites by grinding the economy to a halt. And once you bring the powers that be to their knees, you then extract a very specific set of concessions from them. And if the demands from grassroots activists and labor aren't being heard, and, you know, their voices are being usurped by figureheads, then it's nothing more than a glorified protest at that point, and that's not going to amount to anything in this day and age. Now, as Vic Mensa and Pedro Pascal pointed out, Friday is another general strike. This time it's at the national level, and much like the first strike in Minneapolis, this one is intended to test the waters again and build even more momentum towards a national general strike that's bigger, because we're still not where we need to be just in terms of numbers. General Strike US, which is an organization formed before the Minneapolis strike and has been at it for years, contends that 3.5% of the population, or 11 million Americans, need to participate in order to inflict enough damage to actually get our demands met. And at this point, they've only got 430,000 people on board with their effort. Now, the National Shutdown Organization, which is behind Friday's strike in Minneapolis, doesn't say how many people took their strike pledge, but they do seem to have some real organizational muscle behind them, with endorsements from 5051, tenants' rights organizations, immigrants' rights groups, and also CARE, which is pretty significant. So we're kind of seeing a convergence of civil rights and civil liberties organizations, which is a really important step. And my hope is that both of the separate entities trying to stage a general strike come together as well, because coordination is key for something on this scale to be pulled off. Now, one conspicuous absence from that list of endorsements is labor unions. Don't get me wrong, there's a couple there, but unions are going to be the backbone of any general strike. And in order to have maximum leverage, you need unions across multiple sectors to participate. But even if they haven't signed on to that particular strike, the idea is indeed proliferating in labor circles, because as the American Prospect points out, organized labor in both Minnesota and across the country are talking about ways to escalate. And yes, that does include talks of a general strike, but there's still logistical hurdles that make it difficult for them to hit that 11 million number. Whitney Curry Wimbush writes, over the weekend, workers across sectors met throughout the country to determine their next steps, including striking again for a day, holding an indefinite strike, and building toward a general strike. In 2023, United Auto Workers President Sean Fain called on unions everywhere to set their contracts to end end on May 1st of 2028 so that workers across industries could go on strike that day legally. Union contracts often include a no-strike clause that forbids workers from going on strike, forcing workers to strike only after their contract expires. Workers may also undertake a wildcat strike, which federal law holds is illegal. But that's not enough, workers say. Clearly, we cannot wait until 2028, said Emily Wu Yamasaki, a member of the UAW Local 2320 Legal Services Staff Association and an organizer with the Freedom Socialist Party, speaking on Saturday night at an FSP forum in New York City. A general strike can't be built overnight, they said, but it is more urgent than ever for organized labor to talk about it. Speaking at the forum in Manhattan this weekend, John Ferretti, member of Transport Workers Union Local 100, described challenges workers face to pulling off a nationwide strike, including the low support of union staff and leadership, whom he said would prefer to maintain the status quo. Quote, "There's not going to be any easy steps that we can plan out in advance. I think that the key is rank and file involvement in putting tremendous pressure in the labor bureaucracy to grow a fucking spine to understand the moment we are living in," he said. ICE is a haunting reminder, he added, of pervasive union weakness and low union density across the U.S. And he's right about that. There are difficulties involved with the general strike that we have to figure out how we're going to address. Now, I'm not saying that to throw cold water on the idea, because I myself support a general strike, and the fact that it's even being discussed in and of itself is significant. But it's important to talk through some of the difficulties in pulling something like this off, so that way we know what we need to do to make it happen. And unfortunately, it's just a fact of reality that unions are far less powerful today than they were before. Elites have basically systematically dismantled them for decades to stop something like this from ever happening in the first place. So with the diminished state of unions these days, you need a lot of unions, basically most of them, to participate to pull something like this off. And they're not even going to think about staging a general strike unless they know that it's going to be successful, because if they overplay their hands and corporate America can withstand their strike and come out of it relatively unscathed, then unions are going to look really, really weak, and their power is going to be diminished, which is something that would be catastrophic. So it's really a game of chicken in a way. Whoever can withstand the damage longer gets what they want. But unions, they're not going to play that game and take that risk unless they know that they can win. And there's a lot that goes into it. You need coordination at the federal and state level. You need leadership that can effectively communicate the demands of the masses and not try to dictate the demands, because this is a bottom-up effort after all. And you also, importantly, need strike funds to make sure that workers can survive a prolonged strike. And having a war chest that's big enough to sustain at least 11 million people for a day or a week or a month is no small task, especially compared to the corporations that have virtually unlimited resources. And Dan Tricoli of the Twin Cities DSA and Minneapolis Federation of Teachers, he made a really good point in this article about how the ask currently just isn't big enough for a general strike. See, getting ICE out of Minneapolis is a very reasonable demand for a statewide general strike, but Friday's test run of a national general strike is still centered on solidarity with Minneapolis. And to get more Americans on board, you have to get them to absorb the economic costs associated with a work stoppage. It's a risk, right? There's a cost to participating in a general strike. And to get them involved, you got to make the ask bigger. So that way they're not going to have to strike again if ICE comes to their city next, because they might not have the means to engage in a second or third general strike by the time ICE is at their doorstep. And that's not to say that solidarity with Minneapolis isn't important. It very much is. But as a matter of practicality, the biggest turnout is going to hinge on an ask being big enough that makes it worthwhile for enough people to participate. So Tricoli makes the point that it's unfeasible to do this in every single city, so you have to oppose the entire regime and what they're doing. Like, you have to make a massive ask so everybody wants to get involved, that it affects them all equally. And that means you call on Trump to resign. And that sounds unreasonable. Like, that demand is inconceivable, because he would never consider that, right? Well, when the economy is bleeding billions of dollars every single day, elites will fucking move mountains to stop the hemorrhaging. So you need a very, very big ask. But again, to make that demand, to make a demand of that size, you need enough people to participate in big enough numbers to increase the odds of success. Because, you know, success isn't a foregone conclusion, and that's something that we also have to come to terms with. We know this because when you look at the more local, smaller scale general strikes in our country's history, they weren't always successful even when they got big enough numbers. In an op-ed for equality.org, author A.J. Schumann, who supports a general strike, talks through the outcome of some of the more prominent strikes at the local level throughout our past. In 1982, 25,000 New Orleans workers got a wage increase and shorter workdays with a 3-day strike. 100,000 workers in Seattle organized a citywide strike in 1919, and even though they lost, they still showed that it was possible to do it by themselves among the rank and file. In 1935, San Francisco longshoremen responded to the murder of 2 strikers with a strike that grew to 150,000 workers and ended with some concessions from the capitalists. Not all of them, but the real win was really their strike, leading to a surge in unionization across the region. And in 1998, 500,000 Puerto Ricans across the entire island held a strike in response to the privatization of their public phone service. Unfortunately, the strike failed, but they still showed that a lot of people can get organized on a mass scale, which is important. So the lesson is, even when you had people turn out in massive numbers, success wasn't always guaranteed. But the chance of success is directly proportional to the level of participation. 11 million workers in a general strike would be enough to make them feel the pain for sure, but 50 million workers would have them crying and pissing and shitting themselves. So we really want to create a situation where the entire economy comes to a standstill, where we have maximum leverage and can make sweeping demands. We have to get as many people on board as possible. And if you're wondering, how do we do that? The answer is, we're starting to do that right now. These strikes in Minneapolis are the first and most fundamental steps needed for a national general strike. As Natasha Leonard put it in an op-ed for The Intercept, no, the government was not brought to its knees under the economic weight of a one-day strike called on short notice. Friday, however, was a crucial step to be built upon, creating the specific sort of political strike that takes aim at the very nature of U.S. immigration and customs enforcement operations in our cities and towns. It is precisely this combined model of strike, targeted blockade, and mass demonstration, all undergirded by networks of mutual aid, that we need to repeat and expand. And that's a really crucial point. Minneapolis proved that mass economic action is effective at the state level. The goal now is to copy that blueprint in other states and ideally at the national level to expand our collective power. And as many hurdles as there are, they're not insurmountable. And Alex Hahn, who's a longtime labor organizer who's been skeptical about a general strike taking place, is actually starting to think that it's possible. And an argument that he makes in his op-ed for In These Times is that there are certain conditions pushing us towards the direction of a general strike that didn't exist before, which is why it's more likely now than it was before. One is that we're seeing more of a centralized front from organized labor as well as advocacy groups, albeit to varying degrees in certain states, but this kind of collaboration is important, and it's happening more frequently now because interests are aligning across the board now that the government is becoming increasingly tyrannical. You know, a group can't really sit back and say, I don't have to get involved because the constituents I represent aren't affected, because everybody's affected, you know, not equally, but everybody is touched by the tyranny of the government. And the government tyranny that's kind of forcing interests to converge is the second factor that's pushing us towards a general strike, because traditional mechanisms for political change are no longer viable, and everybody recognizes that. So based on my interpretation of his article, it's like all of the conditions are funneling us towards the one inevitable conclusion, which is mass action in the form of a general strike. And Hans writes, the attacks on democracy, immigrants, and the rule of law have already led to some of the largest mass mobilizations in U.S. history, including on October 18th, when millions of people across the country joined thousands of No Kings protests. For the labor movement, the question is, when do we shift from mass mobilization to mass economic action? He concludes by saying the progress we make is not linear, but happens in moments of upheaval and upsurge. Well said, and I think that that's why revolutionary optimism is essential. Because as easy as it is to feel hopeless and want to check out, it is times like these where windows of opportunity do tend to emerge. And look, it's still possible that things may have to get even worse before they get better, but the fact that the words national general strike are finally percolating in our national discourse is really, really encouraging. And it's all thanks to the anti-fascist resistance that we're seeing from Minneapolis. They are proving that resistance is effective. And I don't want anybody to think that like I'm trying to give them false hope, because at the end of the day, the cynic in me still thinks that a national general strike on a massive revolutionary scale is very unlikely. But the fact that the mere threat of one is now being made and it's causing waves, that is really nice to see, right? The fact that corporations and politicians for the first time are fearful of losing their power is a really encouraging thing to see, right? Because I mean, like, if they're doing everything they can to get us to not engage in a general strike by fighting or giving us concessions here and there, even though like they're small at this point, it's still a sign that we need to keep on this trajectory, because if they don't want us to do a general strike, that's all the more reason to do one. And the reason why they don't want us to do that is because it's the one thing that really threatens the status quo. Because think about it. If you violently revolt, they can shut that shit down with the military like that. But even if they physically force you to go to work, they can't make you do your job. I mean, I guess they could beat you, but having enough manpower to physically beat 11 million people individually and make them work is kind of a difficult thing to pull off. They are utterly powerless in that situation under a general strike, and that is precisely why the prospect of a general strike scares them so much, because they want to maintain their hold over our lives. It is the one avenue that we can pursue that strips them of all of the control that they have over us. So, you know, do what you can to boost the message of organizers in Minneapolis, because if Friday's national strike is another success, then the movement is only going to become stronger, and we'll see even more momentum for the next one.
What they're doing in Minnesota.
Okay. Where are we? Well, hi. Do you think this is a real picture of the moon? What's your N-word count today? 4,000. Is it true Lauren De Laguner deactivated her Twitter? Oh, I don't know. Can't you like turn it off and back on, or like hide it and turn it back on or something? Or did she like delete? Is there a way to tell? Do a typing speed and accuracy test right now, pussy. Typing test. Ugh, easy text. Ha. Don't mind if I do. 180 words per minute. Does it start when I start? Ah! Oh! It's. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Don't make me do. Oh no. It's gonna make me give him the email and everything. Oh, whatever. Why do I get a typo even though I corrected it? Bloop, 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 bloop. Wait. Fuck. Have a quick video. Hold on. Sorry.
Yeah. No. Trust me, I will always win the big head
Whoa,
competition.
Jesus.
Hey, everybody. Welcome. It's a Tuesday night, and it's time for the strategy session here on Lincoln Square. Folks, we have a lot to talk about. Some of it is not pretty, and some of it is going to be hard to watch tonight. But I got to tell you, what you are watching is the chickens coming home to roost on this administration on 100 different areas right now. The absolute horrifying, brutal killing of Alex Preddy over this weekend. The public execution of another American at the hands of Donald Trump and Stephen Miller and Kristi Noem and Tom Homan and Greg Bovino and the rest of the ICE army that is deployed in our cities has shocked this country. The insane response to it by calling a guy who was a nurse at the VA and by all standards a literal Boy Scout and a literal good dude, calling him a domestic terrorist and an assassin. It has divided the Republican Party very badly. They are in deep, deep trouble tonight. It has shattered his Republican support in Congress. He's in deep trouble tonight. We are going to cover a lot of what's happening. So I'm delighted to be joined, as always, by Joe Trippi, my friend and colleague from Lincoln Project and Lincoln Square, and of course the inimitable, she's inevitable, Ryan Wiggins, our staff at the Lincoln Project.
Happy to be here.
Yeah, great to have you.
And guys, let's jump right into it, because I think the shocking nature of what happened this weekend is even today still filtering into the American psyche. Let's start with you, Joe. Where do you think Americans are after witnessing this unjustified and brutal killing?
I think, one, everybody now understands how untrained these guys are and how out of control the leadership was, and that led to them being this out of control. Mm-hmm. And it's not stop. These guys were never vetted or anything. The only vetting was that they craved doing this. I mean, that's who who signed up for the $50,000 and whatever else, and so they could do this. And the problem is, they can't. I don't see how they stop it, because it's ingrained in the people. Either they got to get them the hell off the streets, because as long as they keep them on the streets, unfortunately, we're likely to see even more of this. And I think the American people are appalled by it, outraged by it.
Yeah, Ryan.
Yeah. I'm going to tell you something. I am angry. I'm angry as a mom. I'm angry as a woman. I'm angry as an American. I'm angry. I have been angry all weekend. I remain angry. That photo that was just up, can we put that back up?
Yeah.
I mean, this is unbelievable. This was taken from a video. This photo was taken from a video. And guys, like, this isn't America. We don't do that to our people here. Like, this is just.
That's kind of a crazy picture.
Unconscionable. And I will tell you, I mean, we all know, Rick and I both live in like the heart of MAGA country, in the Florida Panhandle. And I'm going to tell you, I mean, yesterday I was having conversations with friends of mine about this. And like, when you've lost Kyle Rittenhouse and you've lost Greg Abbott, and I mean, and let
is
me
Abbott
be real
against us
clear
now?
about this, okay? What they're doing right now is they're positioning. Okay, this is not these concessions that you're seeing from the White House of, oh, we're gonna de-escalate in Minneapolis, and we're gonna take Bovino out and put Homan in. Guys, that is.
The arm the guy last night said was reaching back has a phone in it, clearly here. I'm trying to think of how to phrase this. People sometimes commit themselves to positions that are very obviously only there because of the partisanry, and it's just very annoying knowing that, but they'll never admit it. Like, imagine a guy walks up to somebody on the street and they're like, fuck you, and the guy's like a hardcore liberal and the other guy's a hardcore conservative, and then the guy punches the dude and you're like, well, he assaulted him by swearing at him on the street, so I think it's okay. And it's like, hold on. There's no way that you would hold this standard every time somebody swears at somebody. And they're like, well, yeah, I would. And it's like, I don't even know what you say at that point. Like, that guy last night was biting so many bullets. It was like, there's no I don't even know what to say. I kept pushing it a lot to make him bite more, and he would every time. And I'm like, no shot, dude. What?
I'm just here to chill.
God. Also, it's fucked when even Stephen Miller is backing off it. This is like the Nazi guy. Holy shit. This is like Hitler walking into one of the camps and being like, you had to kill that many that fast? Like, that's crazy. Why did what?
What did he say to back off of it? I didn't see
Stephen Miller, there was a tweet that was quoting something he said, and the things in quotes were like, they might not have followed policy or something. Which from Stephen Miller, that's a crazy. To see him concede on anything is insane. So that little bit means that they know it's mega fucked up.
Yeah, it's fucked.
To be honest, maybe I'm crazy, but it seems like Trump did not respond as poorly to these incidents as I was afraid he might have. No, Trump made a crazy truth right off the bat, but then Trump didn't say anything after because they knew it was fucked. I think it was the same with the Renee Good thing. I don't think Trump made his initial crazy truths because Trump is addicted to social media, and then after that, I don't think he said much. They sent out Vance to.
He was talking today about he was like, oh, Renee's Good's parents or MAGA or whatever. You know, I'm sad that she died. Blah blah blah. I was like that.
Wait, for who?
Renee Good.
No, wait. Who said this? You said Trump said this?
Trump said this, yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, but I mean, they always feel like, well, it's sad, but then they go on to blame the liberals after, right?
Yeah. I don't think he went on to blame the libs, so.
Sorry, hold on. Okay, I'm back. Oh shit, you need the thing. Okay, we do.
What am I eating? A salad.
Nice. Share your screen. And then I share devices, this. And then analog 5.6. Boom.
It's
what
a
he's
shabby
trying to,
law.
yeah, what
They're
he's trying to do is pass the DHS spending bill this week and avoid a government shutdown.
Exactly.
And no, you cannot fund this ICE. You cannot fund DHS to go out and kill Americans and kidnap 5-year-old boys.
I gave you one with what?
Asmongold on it. And now it's got Ezra on it.
Oh, fuck. It's the... Bruh, are you... Why you like this, Moon?
Like it.
And I mean, there's a whole list of other people who've been killed who are of color. We're talking about the 2 white ones that were killed. This isn't America. This isn't what we do here. And it's been disgusting. And I'm ready to fight. I'm ready to burn stuff down, Rick. I'm mad.
I know you when you get this way. I've seen this. But I mean, guys, and we'll go through this, folks, a little more. Ryan's point that Trump's de-escalation here is tactical, and it's not real. He doesn't really mean it. I'm curious if you guys think that just eliminating Bovino is a sufficient marker for Congress right now to say, okay, all is forgiven. It's okay. We'll let you continue. We'll give you another $75 billion. I personally don't think that's going to work, but I want to get your thoughts on it.
No, January 6th, it lasted 24 hours, maybe. You know, they're not. Yeah, no, they're not going to. They're going to take this as, oh, what a relief. Yeah, he's going to tone it down.
Donald's finally listening.
Yeah, it'll be this same bullshit that we've heard the whole time.
Yeah.
And this is why we need to hold their feet to the fire. I mean, the Democrats have come out and said, look, we're not wanting to pass a funding package for DHS. And I appreciate the sentiment there, but Donald Trump also knows that this is the party of strongly worded statements. And I am hoping, and it scares me. It scares me that they will cave, thinking, well, we got enough. We got something. We got some guard. Oh, well, we got Bovino gone. Homan. I mean, I saw a joke today that was great. It was, trading out Bovino for Homan is like shitting your pants and changing your shirt. And I think that's exactly what we're dealing with here. I mean, he's the same guy. He does the same thing. He's working for the same administration. What in the world is going to be different other than maybe about 3 feet?
They may serve Noma, but same thing. It'll all be it's just smoke.
It's theater. Yeah.
I think one of the things that people have been most shocked about here, and rightly so, is what we saw in this killing, in this particular killing, was a guy who was holding a cell phone and who was trying to assist a woman who had been jumped by ICE. And the moment struck me really hard because it's an inversion of the MAGA fake masculinity thing. They're always like, we're the protectors of those little women who can't save themselves. Right. And this is a guy who's really like walking the walk of being a protector, being the helper.
Right.
And
being a man.
Being a man. And the fact that he was legally carrying a firearm for which, and you don't need it everywhere, but you do in Minnesota. He had a permit to carry his firearm, a concealed carry permit, and an ownership permit, which is required there. He was doing it all correctly, and yet they still shot him. And now we've seen this meltdown on the right over, does the Second Amendment still actually mean anything to the MAGA voters? I mean, you talk about something that could not have surprised me more, and I'm pretty hard to surprise, is the sudden MAGA thing. Oh, no, he should have been carrying a gun. That's illegal. What the hell?
Well, it also, he was disarmed and then shot. I mean,
right.
Well, I haven't heard that, but certainly shouldn't have been carrying a gun. But hey, look.
Certainly shouldn't have been carrying a gun. I have never, and again, as Ryan said, when you lost Kyle Rittenhouse on this issue, you're really in the weeds. You're really in the deepest part of the problem set.
Yeah, but you lost Trump because Trump likes carrying guns. He said.
Yeah, Trump claims to carry guns and like to carry. And let's play that. Or we show that.
I feel much better being armed, but he shouldn't have had a gun. I mean, it's just the upside down. It's just crazy.
Yeah, it really is. And it's so. I mean, I made this list the other day that Trump had so far gone after the first, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, the 10th, and the 14th Amendments. I did not have adding the Second Amendment as a target of the Trump administration on my bingo card for this week's apocalypse. But I will be shocked if they don't try to force Minnesotans to quarter troops from ICE in their homes to violate the Third Amendment.
Yeah, I was about to say. I was
Well,
tracking through yesterday too, Rick. Like, what is the Third Amendment again? So that why did they skip over to because they're not helping soldiers?
Let's roll that. Let's roll that video of the pepper spraying, Sam. Let's do that again. I want to show one more. These are people who are out of control. That's the low boundary. Okay, they just roll by people with pepper spray. People who are not threatening them. People who are not threatening them. And guys, if they'll pepper spray you from the truck rolling by, if they'll shoot you in the back 8 times because you tried to save a woman that they were kicking the shit out of, if they'll shoot you because your wife sassed them while she was turning her car around in the street. I wrote a piece this week about this, and I really it's one of those things I don't want to be right, but I believe we will eventually get an ICE mass casualty event where something will happen and they will open fire on civilians and they'll kill more than 1 or 2. They'll go from killing us retail to killing us wholesale. Do you think there's any recognition among the administration how out of control this organization is at this point?
The administration's out of control, Rick.
Well,
I mean, whether they know it or not. I mean, you have podcasters running major agencies. It is out of control. And I mean, whether or not they realize it, they should. America realizes it. They're getting the same feedback that we're getting. So I think they know. I think that's the point, right? Like we talked about this last year when he was running, or 2 years ago when he was running for office again. That's the point. He wants to shut down the country. He wants the Insurrection Act. He wants martial law. He wants to shut down the elections this year. Period.
The cruelty
is the point.
It's the whole thing.
I wonder as we look at this, we've seen his numbers collapsing on immigration, and I want to give you guys my opinion on this, and then get yours. We are now at a point where Trump is way upside down on immigration. We also saw our old colleague Mike Madrid today tweeting out that Trump has now lost something like 29 points with Hispanics. I'm starting to feel like this election, if they lose their key driver that kept Republicans glued together, which was immigration, I'm starting to feel like this election is feeling a little more wavy, a little more consequential. Maybe it's not just 10 or 15 seats in the House, because if this is where they're at, the panic I'm hearing about out of the Capitol today, we're hearing Republicans in the safest possible seats bailing out. Vern Buchanan in Florida today. Yep. He could have stayed in that seat till he died.
Yep.
I think the question is, are Democrats going to be ambitious enough to go for seats that are outside of their ordinary scope as well? Because I don't know without support. I don't know if candidates outside of what the DCCC supports have a shot. I just don't know the answer to that.
I mean,
did you hear that a Trump-appointed judge shut down a request for the admin to destroy evidence in the Peretti shooting? Kind of sounds like they already covered it up and are trying to legalize it after. Maybe. I mean, that one guy was never held in contempt, right? Where are we at on that? Where are we at on the contempt thing?
Well, with the loss of immigration,
what did you say something?
Not yet.
As this cornerstone issue, where do you guys think this leaves the GOP for the fall?
Look, the whole thing here. Every time somebody.
I feel like Americans have these heuristics or narratives just deeply ingrained in their collective psyche. Republicans are better on economy, security, and immigration. I would bet people have been saying this for the better part of 4 decades. How the fuck do Dems break the spell? You just have to be willing to speak out against it. But I say this all the time. These are the things I call truisms. People just say things and you just kind of accept them as true, right? Like Republicans are better for the economy, or Republicans are better when it comes to spending. But I don't think either of those are true. Actually, funnily enough,
it's the inverse, right?
I don't know in terms of spending. It depends on how much credit you want to give Bush for all the Iraq and Afghanistan spending. But it's funny because I think Trump even says...
I've been now around long. I think of myself as a young guy, but I'm not so young anymore. And I've been around for a long time. And it just seems that the economy does better under the Democrats than the Republicans. Now, it shouldn't be that way. But if you go back, I mean, it just seems that the economy does better under the Democrats
than
the
It certainly
Republicans.
did well under Clinton.
Well,
but I wouldn't suggest it was so great under Jimmy Carter.
That's true. That's
if you
true.
remember
That's
the interest rates.
No, I know. It's Jimmy Carter was not in the same thing, but certainly we had some very good economies under Democrats as well as Republicans. But we've had some pretty bad disaster under the Republicans.
That was Trump's random take. I don't know how many years ago this was. It says 9 years ago, but obviously the video is older than that. But yeah. But yeah, these are just a lot of truisms. But I just fight against them. And when you fight against them, people will act incredulous, and then it kind of gets awkward. That was 2004? Okay. And then it kind of gets awkward because I think you lose even some of the audience, but there are things that are worth fighting on because I think if people fight enough on them, people will change their mind. Like on the deficit thing, Like, we can fight over deficits if you want. I did this a lot with Tom Bilyeu, was probably some of the most aggressive pushback I've given to a lot of the truisms. I'll do it on the Biden senile thing too. You think Biden was senile? Not just getting old and slow, but senile? Give me a single example besides the debate, which was him fucking up a debate for sure, and definitely getting slower for sure, but senile? Give me an example. Nobody has anything outside of that debate. They'll like allude to sometimes edited videos where it looks like Biden is looking at nothing, but it's like a vertical cut.
Bring up the auto pen or something.
Or yeah, well, they could do that, but there's literally no evidence for that. Like, if you wanted to have a battle of senility, there's more evidence for Trump being senile than Biden. To be clear, I don't think either of them are actually dealing with senile-related things. I think senility implies more than just ordinary aging, right? But people, this is just like a truism that you just have to give, and so many Democrats are like traumatized into giving it. But it's just so interesting to see the difference. Like, whenever Biden speaks, like, we all had that, we even get it, or I still get it even when Hunter speaks. I still have this like trauma where as soon as you hear people start talking, you get like your asshole clenches and you're like, oh God, he's about to stutter. But every time Trump speaks, it's like epic, hilarious memes, even when he fucks up everything and flubs all of his sentences.
Bush, when I was watching him earlier, he was fucking having tons of flubs and shit too.
Kind of. What do you mean by that? Bush had flubs in that, like, his turns of phrase ended up not making sense or whatever, but he was infinitely more articulate than Trump, and probably more than Biden was in the last two presidential terms, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Trump, when he goes up, Trump is literally an idiot when he goes up.
Yeah, but he has so many protective mechanisms for guarding against sounding stupid. One is that he always sounds stupid, and then two is that he can always fill space with his, what would you call them? Colloquialisms? I don't know what you'd call them, but just like things that he says. I've heard people say these things and they're the best things, and I've seen these things that, like, he has so many things like that to fill space. Yeah, that he never really looks like he's stumbling because he can just start, he calls it the weave. It's funny, he has a name for his senility, not senility, but his inability to speak well. He calls it the weave. And so it always kind of works, you know?
Yeah. He puts up this chart and puts those numbers up there. There's only one way you're that low in the third, with Republicans still 80, 85, 90%.
Right. You lost the independents.
What he does, there's no way you're at those numbers unless independents are literally now circling 22 for approval. Yep. 20, low 20s.
Okay, somebody bots my YouTube right now. I don't know why, because they think it's epic or whatever. We don't have to have every other commenting about the viewer count. I don't know who's botting it right now, but whoever you are, thank you so much. Okay, Captain Mr. YouTube is watching, and every time he sees me over 100K viewers, he gives me another $10,000. Okay, but thank you. Yes, everybody, get it out of your system. Type 130K views. Oh my God, type it. Yep. Okay, and then get it out. And then not every other comment needs to be about the obviously botted view count. Okay, Jesus.
It used to be a week or two ago, it was high 20s. Now it's the low 20s. The question is, so I don't know that it's going to go much lower, but the interesting thing is the intensity. The strongly disapprove is going up. I mean, so you know, some of those independents left going, I don't really like this now. I don't like this. And I don't think this clearly has shut that door down. I don't see how he gets that. It doesn't matter how he gets that fixed. I don't see that.
Yeah.
But we know. We do know that they go
opens up more terrain.
Yeah, it opens up more terrain. But the other thing that this does is Republicans are.
Do you still prefer rewatch on Kick or is YouTube account? Kick is always better.
We know. We do know that they go
opens up more terrain.
Yeah, it opens up more terrain. But the other thing that this does is Republicans are going to go back to a winning strategy. And they're going to hope the Democrats continue to take the bait. So they're going to go back to culture wars because culture wars work. As long as the Democrats take the bait, they need to get back on affordability. Democrats need to focus on affordability. They need to be focusing on what ICE has done. They need to be focusing on the shutdowns and what Doge did to and the tariffs and all of that. They need to stay the hell away from culture wars this year because Republicans are going to try to bait them back into that. And it's a winning issue.
I promise you, Trump is.
It's either Hassan or Asmongold's community. They also mass report your TikTok streams to get them shut down, I'm pretty sure. I don't think it would be Hassan's. They would have done that already. It would either be Asmongold's or one of the smaller, weirder, snarky communities.
Going to start talking about trans athletes again every speech.
Yes.
I think he will do that. I don't think. I have a little slight disagreement with right. I agree.
Real talk though, why would somebody bot with 10x the viewers you normally do? I don't know. To make it look like I'm view botting? I have no idea. I don't know. I ask a view botter.
Guys, can we stop talking about the fucking view
Why don't you talk about the view bots? Well, I fuck your mom.
Well, I don't want to talk about it because you're obviously you fucking hate talking about it.
I love talking about it actually.
Fucking bringing
You're
it up.
assuming. You're not my. What are you, my emotional protector? I can talk for myself.
I'm trying to help you,
bitch.
You fucking retard. You're gonna rage quit stream in about 20 minutes.
Whoa, really? Excuse me. Maybe I want to take a break.
Well, you know, that's fair.
Slight disagreement with right. I agree. Democrats shouldn't take the bait.
Yeah.
I think they probably will, but I actually think he has turned these independents off. That they're not coming back for the.
Yeah, I think the divorce.
I agree with that.
I think the divorce might be pretty final this time.
I was going to say, I do agree with you on that. I do think that the independents, I'm looking at pulling more away from the Republicans.
Yeah.
I mean, I do believe with you. I mean, as a Floridian too, as I'm looking at this and I'm knowing that, what the numbers look like in our state, I am really encouraged by what I'm seeing with the libertarians right now who are standing away from Trump. And that doesn't happen because most of MAGA is libertarian. So that's been pretty eye-opening this week as well, is to see that this issue, what happened on Saturday is what that was the line. It's crazy that pedophilia wasn't the line, but murdering American citizens is a line for you. Good. That line needs to be there.
At least it's an ethos.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Well, you distract with ICE and distract Epstein. We're putting ICE into the cities, and guess what? You can't out distract it anymore. It's now every distraction just makes everybody get what's going on.
Joe, you just really hit. I think what a super important valence here is Trump's strategy for years has been to say, "Oh, well, I'm in trouble."
Where is their new merch in the pipeline? I think we just launched a jacket thing. This thing, Wicked Lightweight Bomber Black, and plain Wicked Heavyweight Hoodie. Good luck.
I'm going to do something cuckoo, and people will stop paying attention to the fact that I'm in trouble and pay attention to the new thing that I'm in trouble for. I don't think there's a way to get out of the hole now for him, especially on Epstein. It's still going to haunt him.
No, and look at Greenland. That's what that was about. Of course, it turns into its own. Like he has to back down from that. I mean, because the market, whatever. Now he's got the entire country saying, "Stop this shit."
Yeah,
and I think he's put Republican candidates, statewide candidates, into a terrible damn box at this point.
Impossible.
I think he's put a lot of these guys into a box that is increasingly.
Please tell Moot you hate him. It makes me smile, and my dad's in the hospital. Jesus.
Oh.
I hate
going
you.
to be the loyalty test for him. He's going to say, "Are they criticizing me about X?" And they have to criticize him to get out of the box. And I don't think any of these people. I mean, you look at a guy like Byron Donalds in Florida, the Republican frontrunner, just gets scorched by David Jolly in an amazing barn burner of a speech. I don't think we have that clip, but if we did, I'd love to play it because it was.
Find it on YouTube. It's worth finding.
Yeah, it's worth watching. 7 minutes of the best Democratic messaging, and it's coming from a guy who's a former never Trump Republican. Just burned this immigration stuff to the ground, burned the administration's being distracted and idiotic to the ground. Truly an inflection point has happened here because Trump will try to distract. He'll try to go back to the social culture war stuff. And if you keep drum beating, you're killing Americans in the streets. You're having public assassinations of Americans, and you're in bed with a pedophile. I like the frame.
Yeah, I was going to say, I like that frame too. And also you have to remember, most Americans don't live in the bubble that the three of us live in, right? Like they're worried, they want to be focused on what's for dinner. I got to get to the grocery store. I got to take my kids to soccer and then to tutoring and piano lessons. They do not want to be consumed with national media all the time. They don't want to have to babysit their president. People are exhausted. They're exhausted by this. And that's pissing people off too.
To get back to the culture war thing, we have that woman in Iowa. I think we have video of her, a Republican who voted for Trump.
Oh, let's play that. That's amazing.
I don't think the culture war stuff is going to work for her.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Back together, and our representatives here in Iowa need to stop following his lead. I'm not voting Republican again.
Did you ever vote for him?
First time around, and he did a good job, but then he got stupid.
What does that mean?
It means that he just changed. It's all about him. He thinks he's God, and he's going to take over the world.
I mean, he was like that his first time, too. He was like that in 2016, too. The man hasn't changed.
Yeah, but I don't think that's what I'm saying. I don't think he can pull the culture
Them back.
stuff.
Right, I don't think he brings her back, right?
No, he doesn't bring her back.
I don't think she goes home to a party that is aggressively unchangeable when it comes to doing what he wants every day.
Yep, that's fair. I'll take that. Joe, you win.
So, it's looking like as they say in that White House, a blood sacrifice is required. And this idea we're going to end up with somebody above Bovino getting fired to change the political dynamic. I
blood sacrifice. Whoa.
Want to caution everybody. I think that will work with the DC press corps, who are so compromised now in the way they cover this guy. They'll say, "Oh, it's a change of tone. It's getting so much better. Trump's learned his lesson now."
God,
but I think
they haven't.
I think that there's no. They haven't even gotten close to learning a lesson yet. The right wingers are freaked out about it. I think that the gun control valence is going to hurt Trump more than anybody's calculated yet. I think there's an element to that is going to be a slow burn on him. That is I don't think we factored that in heavily enough yet.
I agree with you completely. I mean, listen, there's a reason that Republican consultants are always trying to pin on Democrats. They're going to come take your guns.
Yep.
There's a reason. It works. And guess what? The ones who've been trying to take your guns in this administration are Pam Bondi and Donald Trump.
Dirty little secret of Republicans in Florida.
I wonder going forward, because I keep saying the most excruciating part about Trump's presidency is going to be debating conservatives in 2028 and onwards, where they try to pretend like they didn't own this. I wonder if conservatives have done like medium-term damage to a lot of their messaging. Because, are you really going to have the audacity to try to run that slogan in a campaign that Democrats are going to come for your guns after, like, I feel like your response ad to that would just be all the shit Trump has said and done, all the shit Pam Bondi said about red flag laws, I think when she was the AG of Florida, all the bump stock ban. Like, I don't know, man. That would be a rough one to try to wade through those waters with.
Is Pam
He's
Bondi
an
is
anti-gun
anti-gun.
president.
Yeah, true.
Very anti-gun.
Pam Bondi is very anti-gun.
Yeah.
And that was a very well-known thing. She was kept in check by Jeb Bush at first, then Rick Scott later on that.
Marion Hammer.
Marion, oh God, Marion Hammer. Jesus Christ, there's a name for you. There's a blast from the past. Scrub J. Marion.
Yeah, may she rest.
May she rest. May she rest.
Oh, their cope might
yeah,
be
I feel like we
oh,
gotta...
Trump was almost killed by a gun. Of course, he's going to dislike guns, but no, no one in their right mind who isn't like PTSD about guns would go after the Second Amendment, et cetera. It makes sense that Trump did it.
Wait, say that again?
Their cope's going to be that Trump was almost killed by a gun, so it makes sense that he wouldn't like guns.
Oh, I mean, I guess that's kind of soy, though, right?
Yeah, 100%.
We've got a moment here that is increasingly about, more cracks than we could not have made a crack in the Republican base like this gun control thing is going to do.
No.
We couldn't have invented one.
What messaging can they run on other than immigration? One thing I wish people would do more, I did this, I think I still do this. Well, now I don't because nobody cares about legislation, is asking people, like, if Trump hasn't done this by this time point, like, would you admit that this was a failure? I think for the Kaizen guy, I think I asked him for two different things. Like, if Doe...
It doesn't matter how he gets out.
Time it was 150 billion is what they were talking about. Now it ended up being, I think, basically nothing. Because that one big beautiful bill was still huge. If Doge ends up like not cutting much, is that a failure? I think he would have to admit now that the answer is yes. And then if there is no comprehensive legislation on immigration and no legislation at all on immigration, was the immigration stuff a failure? They would have to admit yes to it. You have to ask them to stake those positions out in the future, I think.
Combining that with all this economic peril that Republicans are suddenly figuring out that they're in, and figuring out that this tidal wave of Republican resignations from Congress, it means they have to go hunt candidates. It means there are going to be all these brutal primary fights. I just feel like I feel like somebody up there is looking down on us lately. Like we have a little Providence on our side.
Don't jinx it, Rick. Don't jinx it.
Well, I will tell you.
That way last year or 2 years ago. No.
But it is like, but there is a part of this for me too that I look at. We've now got resignations in Florida for two seats that should have been very easy for the Republicans. District 2 in the north part of the state. And
my opinion, it depends on the Democratic candidate. To be honest, if it's Newsom, I feel like it will be hard to talk about guns given California's track record. I mean, Newsom could thread that needle very easily and say it's a states' rights issue. So he could say, like, my policy for California as the governor of California is going to be different than my policy for the United States as the governor of the United States, as the president, right? He could say that, which would be true even. Or Democrats could just give up the whole assault rifle obsession thing, which would be based, but I don't know if they'll ever do that.
I can't remember.
16. He's 16.
That's right. And in both of these districts, suddenly, there are 8 candidates in District 2, Republicans tearing each other apart. And that Sarasota district, folks, that's Mike Flynn's district. That's MAGA Central. That is an area that has the craziest shit in Florida. And I say that advisedly with the knowledge that we're talking about Florida. It's that nuts.
Yeah.
So I feel like the animals eating themselves scenario is getting closer to reality for us. Joe, Ryan, let's talk about the shutdown for a minute. We talked about it for a little bit. Chuck Schumer said that he won't vote for the CR for ICE, but he hasn't said.
Dems have to have a new target if they give up on assault rifle. Focus on abortion. I think the abortion thing would be an amazing legislative accomplishment. If they could get some sort of abortion rights, like first trimester abortion rights enshrined in some type of legislation, that would be legendary. Are you going to react to the Andrew Wilson Jerry episode? I can't believe that's a real thing. I'll watch it today, yeah. I'm trying to find out if this... Do you know who Harry Cole is? Apparently it's a show on... I don't know if this is like on Real Fox or if it's on like one of those affiliate stations.
Harry Cole.
Harry Cole Saves the West.
He's an editor-at-large of the U.S. edition of The Sun.
Oh, boy.
He was a UK political editor.
I have a debate/conversation with him at 5, but I don't know if they want me to stream that or not. I feel like I don't even know if they know what streaming is. I emailed them, I asked. We'll see. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
Chuck Schumer said that he won't vote for the...
Do guys care about abortion rights at all, though? Some do. And then women are pretty energized by it, so... What is even the reason for the Second Amendment anymore? As a European, it really looks like you put access to a hobby in your constitution, which is a byproduct, also kills a lot of people. It obviously doesn't do shit against tyranny, etc. So my understanding from going through the Federalist Papers and understanding a little bit more contextually about like the Constitutional Convention, I don't know if this is historically true, and people give me shit to read, and I haven't read it yet, so I don't know if I can suck my dick. When the Second Amendment was drafted, so people have a whole bunch, so we have very modern understandings of everything because we're modern people. We live in current year, right? You can do nothing but live in current year. So we look at this and we go, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. This is like a very hard thing to read in the modern era. I don't know what a militia is. I guess a free state is a state of free people, and then obviously you shouldn't infringe our right to keep and bear arms. So this reads like okay, I guess we get guns. I really don't know what the first half of this is for, but we get guns. We get to keep guns. My understanding is when the Bill of Rights came about, you have your Federalists and you have your Anti-Federalists, and you have this worry, right? So the big issue with the Articles of Confederation was that whatever government that was very weak and couldn't really effect much. They couldn't do much. So they needed a stronger central federal government for the 13 states. They must have been called states after the Articles of Confederation, I think. I don't think they were still colonies. I don't think. But for the 13 states, for whatever your Massachusetts, all these guys are called. And then, but obviously you have this fear of like, okay, well, we just had a huge rebellion against the crown. We don't want some over-encroaching thing that we don't have representation for, so we have to structure the Congress and everything else to make sure that the states are accurately represented, and we need a Senate, even if there's a high population, et cetera, et cetera. You also have this fear. It's like, okay, well, hold on. I have a state. All the states have their own, like, kind of militia guards and everything else. They fight, I think, with Native Americans and other things. You know, like, are you telling me that we're going to create like a single unified federal army? Well, what if the federal army wants to march to my state and just start taking all of our shit or taking us over? Like, excuse me, that's never going to happen. I need a guarantee that my state can maintain its own well-regulated and armed militia so that if the federal government is up to some fucking shit, we still have the ability to defend ourselves. We're not giving all of our guns, all of our military, all of our right to a strong, huge federal government that we just rebelled against. So the idea behind the Second Amendment was that it protected the states against an over-encroaching federal army that could just march in and blow them all up. That it wasn't necessarily seen. Now, today in the United States, we view, because we're very like American, more so than we are identifying with our individual states, unless you're from like New York City or Texas, basically. So people just see themselves as American. So when they think like, okay, the security of a free state, that could be like America, basically. People don't see this huge distinction between state and federal government anymore. It's all kind of like a huge America, federal government thing. But back then, there was a huge difference. And the idea for your state to maintain their own arms, to maintain their own militia, independent of the federal government's policing, I don't even know if there was a policing force, military, or whatever else, that this is the idea behind the Second Amendment. So it wasn't just for individuals to fight criminals or have self-defense or to fight all the government. It was for the states against the federal government. This is like the big idea behind like the Bill of Rights and enshrining these rights for the individual states against a over-encroaching federal government. Is my understanding.
Would this then like lay ground for like states to have like a national guard for each state then?
Yeah, well, I mean, every state does have a National Guard. So the way the National Guard works is kind of weird. Each state has their own National Guard, but the president is allowed to mobilize it, or basically take control of it, if the governors consent, or if there's like insurrection behavior. Like if they do like the Insurrection Act, then they can come in and take it. I think they did that for the Rodney King stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was the last time. It was the riots in California.
Did any states, hold on, did any states actually make a state-owned militia? National Guard could be commanded by the Fed, though? No. They could be taken by the Fed, but they're not supposed to be just taken by the Fed, only if it's like an insurrection. The National Guard is supposed to be under the commands of the states. I believe, I read this in like a passing comment, so somebody correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I think back then there were active state militias and state, I don't know if you call them state militaries or just militias, because there was still a lot of like fighting back and forth while they were expanding west and everything against Indians, Native Americans, and everything at the time. So those were things that the states were actively involved in on their own. I could be wrong in that. I feel like I read that in one paragraph, so I don't know how reliable that statement is. But
yeah. What happens if, I guess this is a hard question, what happens if like in Minnesota, like Governor Walz, he has currently brought out the National Guard, right?
Yes.
If Trump then did the Insurrection Act, it goes to the president, even though the governor is quote unquote controlling them at the time still?
That would be my guess, because theoretically the governor could be an insurrection against the federal government, right?
Got it. And then if the National Guard decided to like side with the governor, well, then now we have a fucking civil war going on.
Basically, yeah.
Okay.
Somebody is saying most states also have a state-only guard that can't be federalized. Ohio has the National Guard and the Ohio Military Reserve, which is a state-only militia. Okay.
I didn't know that.
Really? You're from Ohio, idiot.
I've never heard of the state or the California militia or
DC
whatever.
versus Heller, the Supreme Court ruled that the Second Amendment protects an individual right to own a firearm, unconnected to service in a militia. So I'm more confused. Yeah, the DC v. Heller was, I think, a huge turn on its head in terms of how we viewed gun rights. And I think is that a 5-4 or what was that? I've heard Peace bring this up. I haven't read through this whole decision. Yeah, this is a case that I think dramatically changed
What
how
year
we
was
view.
it?
2008, 2009.
Oh wow.
I think this is a Scalia one, right? He wasn't dead yet. I should read this one. This is a pretty important case. I don't know how many pages is it. Maybe we'll read it later. Fuck. Hold on. What? Like, why does the Supreme Court's page not come up as the first fucking DC versus Heller Supreme Court opinion? Would stronger or emboldened states' rights be a good thing or bad thing in today's political climate? On one hand, it would help these governors push back, but on the other hand, Abbott would have a militia of MAGA Texans to do Trump's bidding. I mean, it really depends. Again, the issue is that it's like, can you be healthier if you eat a healthier diet? Yes. Can you be healthier if you sleep better? Yes. Can you be healthier if you go outside and socialize more and get some sunlight? Yes. Like these are all things you could use to make yourself healthier. And you should always kind of be looking at these things. But even though all of these things will make you healthier, if there was a person who had cancer that was like metastasizing in their body, and then, like these things make you healthier, you might even survive a little bit longer, but it's not really addressing the root cause. So long as we have like these massive swaths of misinformation platforms that are just causing people to live in these totally separated realities, you cannot have any kind of functioning democratic system. You might be able to survive with an authoritarian regime because the authoritarian regime would just need one center thing making decisions, and it wouldn't have to rely on the consent of people who are in different realities, but it just won't function.
So what do you do when you have a misinformation platform?
You have to get rid of it aggressively.
So like those have to be like shut down.
Or there have to be laws or something made that doesn't allow it to
function
persist.
As like news?
Yeah, we can't exist like this. Yeah.
Don't we get into like UK laws at that point on free speech or no?
I think UK laws are lame. I don't care about slurs or whatever. I'm just talking about like reality or like
News
relationship to reality.
Okay.
I think that here's like a thing you need. People should have the ability to turn on something and know that they're seeing something that's like generally factual. And that's not just like punditry or weird opinions or whatever else.
Yeah, I think like the word like news should be a
Jesus.
real thing, and like for news organizations who are factual, not like Fox News who goes into court and then says they're an entertainment industry.
Kind of, yeah. But the issue, I think this should be illegal. The issue is that people don't know the difference between news and punditry or opinions, right? So like I'm a political pundit. I don't do original reporting. I rely on other people to report, and then I give you my opinion on their reporting. I'm a pundit.
On what it is, yeah.
Now I try to be mostly factual and report things that are true, but like I'm not a reporter. So if I write a piece, definitionally, almost always, it's going to be, it's an op-ed, yeah. But people view op-eds with the same weight as they do reporting. So they'll say things like CNN is fake news or the New York Times is fake news because I just read this article about this person said that trans kids should be allowed to use whatever bathroom. That's not reporting. That's not a comment on the factuality of their news. That's just an op-ed. Same thing with Fox News. People say Fox News is unreliable. Look at Tucker Carlson. Look at Bill O'Reilly. Look at Sean Hannity. Well, these guys aren't reporters. These guys are political pundits. They're just giving their opinion. Fox News reporting is generally okay. Not the greatest. It's generally okay. But it's not the same as the punditry, and people can't separate that out. I don't think companies should be allowed to have both. I think you should choose one or the other because Americans are too stupid.
Like Fox News for like the facts, and then they would have like their daytime shows as something else on a different channel.
Yeah, it'd be a different network, a different thing. It would just be called something completely different. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a 154-page opinion. Okay, maybe we'll read this later, but Jesus. It is an important decision, though.
the CR for ICE, but he hasn't said he won't that he'll whip his caucus against it. What do you think? Where do you think we are on that right now? And do you think the strategy they're trying to pull off of we're making concessions, give us our CR is going to work?
No, I actually think Democrats are going to stay pretty solid on requiring changes in ICE before they'll vote for anything. And I don't think it's, I don't think there's any way.
How about government-funded independent news so the financial incentive isn't there as much? I mean, I think it's a good idea, but people are so retarded they don't know the difference between like state-sponsored or state-funded versus state agenda. Like the BBC gets funding from the UK government, the British government, and like arguably the current regime can have some influence maybe on the diet, the agenda of the BBC, but not to the same extent that like Russia Today operates. But people don't know the difference, so it's hard to say, if it's even a good idea. Like a lot of people think that the BBC is the same thing as Russia Today, or RT, I think is technically what they're called. I don't know if they're called Russia Today anymore. But yeah. So people look at like PBS and NPR is like ran by the government. It's like, well, that's not true at all. But then you look at somebody like Newsmax. Yeah, but it's not. But they don't tell them what to broadcast. Yeah. But you look at like Newsmax and OANN, and these places are basically ran by the Trump admin, even though they're fully independent. They're not state funded at all. So I don't know.
No, I actually think Democrats are going to stay pretty solid on requiring changes in ICE before they'll vote for anything. And I don't think it's, I don't think there's any way that, I think if they back down on that, I think it's going to be worse for Democrats. And I mean, this is the moment where they got to take the stand. I think they're going to, which is a big problem. I think even serving up Nome's not going to change that. I don't think.
No, I mean, look, my demand would be Nome, Miller, Homan, Bavino, and Troy, what's his name, the acting director, at immediately, but also taking the masks off, making sure they can't run around with the masks on, and dealing with them in a way that is, much more punitive than I think Trump can stomach. Because I think he smells an opportunity to get out of this trouble, but I don't think we should give it to him.
Oh no! In fact, Rick, I think that it's Lincoln's job to keep the feet to the fire, as I said earlier. Like, yeah, Schumer has said that he's going to do this. The Democrats have said they're going to do this. We cannot give them. We can't light him. I mean, and RC4 is planning on going up this week on the Hill with a really powerful ad with Renee Good in it and Alex Pretty in it, and keeping their feet to the fire, holding them responsible, holding the Republicans responsible, and creating opportunities for them to slip up that can be used in ads against them later on in the year. So we're not stopping.
No, in that picture that we showed at the beginning,
yes,
with him with a camera in his hand, a gun to his head. That picture, just that. For 30 seconds, just leave it up there and say, if I'm Democrats, this is why we're not voting for this thing. We're not voting until these changes are made. Whatever and on top of that, we have the guy saying, if you raise your voice, you can't even raise your voice or I'll erase you. This is what's going on out there. Do we have that, Sam?
What? You raise your voice, I raise your voice. If I raise my voice, you'll erase my... Exactly, yeah. Are you serious? You said if I raise my voice, you'll erase my voice? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
This is what they've created, and these are the people they've given 50.
This is what happens when you hire insurrectionists. This is what happens when you hire the militias and the insurrectionists that had no problem attacking our country and our democracy. They're now attacking our people, and this should not surprise anyone. These are anti-American terrorists.
I have been sort of collecting a lot of these clips the last few days, and the arrogance of that guy comes from a command structure and a culture that says you can kill Americans. You got a hunting license, and he's not afraid yet. But I think it's important that Democrats recognize something. It's your job to live up to that old phrase. People should not be afraid of their government. Government should be afraid of their people.
That's absolutely right.
And these bitches better be afraid that the moment will come when Trump's pardons and all legal maneuvers of DHS and ICE to cover up these crimes will fail. I mean, I think the fact that they're trying to cover up and not investigate, they're not going to have a civil rights investigation of the murder of Alex Petty. They're not going to do that. They won't do one for Renee Good. They're trying to keep these things internal so that the DHS agents are exonerated. I'm sorry, their names must be known. And their identities must be known, and they must be held to account. And this is something I'm encouraged.
What do you think about people being annoyed that some images of the shooting are AI upscaled? I don't think people should do that. Apparently,
the footage.
Yeah, apparently there are some people who are apparently that like the image that he just showed, I guess, is AI upscaled, and part of the upscaling apparently cut off part of the dude's head, and so people are like, oh, the whole thing is fake. So I don't know why. Yeah, but also somebody said the head is literally gone in the photo. I haven't seen the original to compare it to, so I'm not judging it, because sometimes there are weird, like if you've ever seen the subreddit Confusing Perspective, there are photos that are just weird where a person's like leaned over a bit and it looks like they don't have a head or something else going on. So I'm not sure.
Or somebody has like 3 arms.
Yeah.
Urging very directly. Keith Ellison.
Oh, I see. So when they do the AI upscaling here, the officer probably had his hand down here. This is probably like the hoodie, or not the hoodie, I'm sorry, the beanie of the cop, and then this is his face. But the interpretation here was that it was his hand.
I don't know if you're interested in another video after this. I sent you one on the New York Times. They did a whole video analysis of like the shooting, and I think it's the best I've seen so far.
I don't think I care.
Yeah.
It's like so fucked. Like the arguments that the people are pulling out now are just so ridiculous. So
Yeah, they're ridiculous. It
oh, you
addresses
show
all the
me
fucking
that
arguments
one
of the guy yesterday.
You showed me that one last night, or well, chat linked it, and you linked me too. I hadn't seen that one before. That's even
No, I
more
hadn't either.
crazy.
Yeah.
That cop, he couldn't even admit it. Well, he kind of did. Well, he was mad and whatever. The cop is just pissed, right? Like, well, I know why nobody can
He's
admit it.
just mad.
There are times when like parents are disciplining their kids, but they're not really. They're just pissed off, right? Like they're just mad,
Yep.
and they're not really
Yeah.
like
just
engaged
yell
in
at
a
'em.
constructive. Yeah, it was like you mother. Yeah, or, well, not that, but yeah, this video was.
Yeah, no, he was like shoving like 4 people, or no, like 3 people.
For speaking with a federal agent.
Wait, is this the video? No, hold on.
No, that's the New York Times one that I sent you. The ones above that.
Loser.
2 above that.
Whoa!
The pepper spray to the face.
Nuts.
Like I don't know. Like at this point, I don't know if this guy's any clue what the fuck is even going on. I don't know how true this is. I'm repeating it because I don't give a fuck. There was a guy in my chat, I think yesterday or the day before, who was a police officer who said that he knows this brand of OC spray. And he said that this is stuff that you would do for like a huge crowd of people. It's meant to be dispersed among a crowd of people. You generally don't spray this directly at somebody. I don't know if that's true or not, but
Was it DGG officer or somebody else?
I think it was that guy. Why?
Yeah, because I've talked to that guy. He's like a real cop in Georgia. Like he knows his shit.
Yeah, right. But like my guess is this guy's shit is probably fucked up at this point. Like he might have been trying to help the woman stand up, but he might just be at this point just like holding on to anything because he has no clue what's going on. And then
Well, his whole face is apparently. I've never been pepper sprayed, but Dan and that guy were talking about it, and they're saying like, dude, it's not just your eyes. It's like your whole face feels like you have acid on you, like you're on fire. Like
yeah, I mean you've eaten. Wait, does he pepper spray that? Hold on. No shot, does he? Hold on.
the New York Times video goes
Is he
over
pepper spraying this person
apparently.
too?
The New York Times video goes over it. They said it wasn't pepper spraying there. It wasn't like working, but he was trying to. Yeah.
Okay, maybe he was trying to and it wasn't. Yeah. Jesus. Like the guy's just mad. He's just like crazy power
pissed
tripping.
off.
Yeah, he's just mad as fuck and he just wants to beat the shit out of people. Which based, but like maybe not as a cop. Go get into like boxing or something. Go do something else, you know?
But like, yeah, he's mad, but probably, I mean, and it's not a justification, but like these people are standing outside of their hotel rooms and like banging shit. He's probably low on sleep and they are absolutely just out there being insane. Like they're being crazy.
Yeah. Jesus.
They need to step up right now. They need to indict this cop. And they do
Yes,
it.
they do.
Indict the guy next to him that high-fived him and then counted the fucking bullet holes in his body. I mean, I look at this as just like, that is a culture that needs to be broken.
Did he really? Were they really high fiving each other after? I didn't watch that.
Nobody, I didn't see a high five. I did see somebody at the end clap a few times. And like, it was like, we fucking got him, boys. Like, it's like a we got him clap, you know?
Jeez.
You know, there's a reason, folks, why the phrase abolish ICE a year and a half ago was political poison, and now it's mainstream opinion. There's a reason for it, because ICE is a group of lawless murderers.
Yes.
And, you know, the idea that they can kill you in the streets is political poison for Trump.
100%. 100%. 100%. You guys call your members of Congress.
Please.
Call your members of Congress. This is your takeaway. This is your homework. Go call your members of Congress.
This is your to-do.
Yeah. No more money for ICE.
Yeah, no more money for ICE.
No more money for ICE. Guardrails in place.
Yep.
No votes unless guardrails are in place.
Right. All ICE.
Hold them to
Jesus. Yeah, he's clapping even as the shooting is still going on. Why? Clap, clap, clap. Damn.
Yep. These people need to be out of Minnesota. They're not like in a good fucking state of mind to do policing. They're out here to do damage.
Yeah, and they're not even really supposed to be policing U.S. citizens,
No,
right? They're supposed to
they're
be here
not.
for immigration-related
They're here
stuff.
for immigration.
So, yeah.
Apparently, there was something else where they almost like did an international incident where they went into like a consulate
Ecuadorian,
or whatever.
consul,
Ecuadorian,
yeah.
yeah.
All ICE members have to be unmasked. They have to, at all times, have a ID badge with the unit they belong to, the division, the organization they belong to, and their name and badge number on their uniforms, front and back at all times. Body cams are mandatory. If they're turned off, they're fired and dismissed without pay. That's it.
And it's also important to understand that there's no such thing as absolute immunity. They broke state laws.
Yeah, JD Vance made that up, guys.
Yeah, there is no such thing. There is no such thing. These are state laws. They cannot even be pardoned for them. These are state laws they broke. And there's no statute of limitations on murder.
Wait, what did he get wrong? He said...
If they're turned off, they're fired and dismissed without pay. That's it.
And it's also important to understand that there's no such thing as absolute immunity. They broke state laws.
Yeah, JD Vance made that up, guys.
Oh, JD Vance. I thought he said Walls. Yeah, I don't know where that came from.
Yeah, there is no such thing. There is no such thing. These are state laws. They cannot even be pardoned for them. These are state laws they broke. And there's no statute of limitations on murder. So we're gonna end up winning this in the long run. In the meantime, keep up the fight, guys.
Yep.
Keep it up. We need to keep everyone.
Was there any proof that Alex's gun was discharged? My understanding is at this point, I thought there was a statement from DHS, or maybe it was a leak or whatever, that said that his gun had not been discharged at all.
Speak to the fire. Keep them in the fight. It's important. It's very important. One day it could be you. If we don't do it, it could be you.
Well, folks, we're up on time for the evening. I want to thank Joe and Ryan both for a spirited conversation, as always. You got Joe on the Two Joes podcast and on That Trippy Show. Ryan doesn't have a podcast yet, but everyone in the Lincoln world eventually gets a podcast. It's a mandatory formation. So she'll get one eventually. And it's going to be called Inevitable with Ryan Wicken. But yeah, folks, again, there's a big picture thing I want you to all think about, because everybody's been very down with all these things. ICE is being broken, and Trump's will is being broken. It's not by the governor. It's not by the mayor. They're both doing a good job. It's being broken by people willing to go out and stand in the street and stand up for their neighbors and stand up for the law and the Constitution and their community and their country. They're braver than any punk ICE agent with a face mask and a gun.
And so are you.
And so are all of you. So are all of you. You are all braver than that. Be out there. Do what you've got to do. Help us get in this fight, because we are going to take this to them. I'm never letting these sumbitches forget this. I'm never letting Stephen Miller off the hook. I'm never letting Kristi Noem off the hook. I'm never letting any Republican who voted for Kristi Noem in the Senate off the hook. We are close to a big victory on ICE. Call your congressman. Stay involved. Stay in the fight. Be brave. And we'll see you next week. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, all.
Wonder what the new thing will be next week.
Oh, you linked this earlier. This is insane.
FBI executes search warrant at Fulton County Elections Office near Atlanta. FBI agents were executing a search warrant at the Fulton County Elections Office near Atlanta on Wednesday, an agency spokesperson confirmed. They said agents were executing a court-authorized law enforcement action at the county's main election office in Union City, just south of Atlanta. The spokesperson declined to provide any further information, citing an ongoing matter. The search comes as the FBI, under the leadership of Director Kash Patel, has moved quickly to pursue the political grievances of President Donald Trump, including by working with the Justice Department to investigate multiple perceived adversaries of the Republican commander-in-chief. I like the phrasing. Good job, AP News. Getting some balls here. The Justice Department had no immediate comment. A spokesperson for Fulton County did not immediately have a comment or any information on the search. Fulton County was the one where they blatantly and explicitly and deliberately lied about the black boxes, the pipe bursting. Like, everything here was an intentional lie told by Trump's cronies. You can watch them when they do the presentation to the state assembly or legislature or whatever, or the election board, somebody, where they fast forward in the video where you can see like boxes being put under the table to act like they don't know how they were brought back out. Like, this was all an intentional fucking lie.
Was this the place that he called and he was like, I need 11,000 votes, or was that the governor guy?
This is the same state, yes.
Same state.
He didn't call this place. It was a state governor, yeah. And then the election guy, I think. Oh, yeah. When that guy yesterday wouldn't agree that Kristi Noem's characterization of the events was just a total fucking lie. And he's like, well, if you're charitable, I don't think people know what charitability means. Jesus.
That I'm glad that near like I guess the midway point you were during the questions you were like having a little bit more, I would say, like teeth.
Or I guess I just started pushing to get him to bite bullets on things because it was just ridiculous.
Exactly. Which that was awesome. The guy was being ridiculous. Like the idea that the guy was reaching for a fucking weapon is fantastical. And even in the New York Times video or whatever, they show that both of the guy's hands are pinned up front, and he has a phone in his hand and he has glasses in his hand. There was no time that I don't even think he made furtive movements towards the back of his.
Well, yeah, but there's also like the way that you talk about it. Like I said, like there's as soon as your hand is above your like head at this point, like every movement is a movement towards your waist. Like when you're crawling on the ground, like half the ways that your arm can move
is a movement down.
Definitionally is going to be down toward. So it's just like so stupid.
I don't know. And then the idea, it's like, well, he could have a second gun, couldn't he? It's like, well, okay. I mean, could his phone be there to trigger a bomb? I mean, like, how far down the fucking rabbit hole are we going to go to execute this guy?
Yeah. So stupid.
But he had 2 mags. Wouldn't it make sense if he had 2 guns?
Oh yeah, the second gun, the 2-gun theory. Wait, what is this?
No, I think I'm pretty far on the side that guy was mad and he actually wanted to execute somebody. I think they might actually be able to get him for murder.
We'll see. It's going to depend on if the federal government wants to concede that or not and let it, Minnesota pursue it. Yeah.
9. Yeah, looks like it's worked out for Dumas. Mutiris on the trade.
When they went fast on the anti-eco on overpass, it didn't work, Alex.
And Deagle's ready. This time he's connected on the second bullet. Not going to be going down either. The covering fire from Lato connects. It's up to Simple. The 1v4 clutch for the game. Starts off strong, removes 2. It's up against 5-7s. This isn't Simple's wheel. It's up against 5-2.
Oh, what? They're like on eco, bro.
This isn't Simple's wheelhouse. They are close, though. On the other side of that smoke.
It's 12-1. They're always on eco, dude.
Right next to him.
Oh, true. True. True.
He's got the headshot. Simple in the clutch. This would be one hell of a close. One hell of an opportunity. Simple clutches up.
If the Fed concedes, what cognitive dissonance will MAGA have about it? What do you mean if they concede? Oh, like the Federal Government. I think you meant the Federal Reserve. I don't know. They'll say it'll be like when Vosh. Yeah, it'll be like when they when Vosh says like, "Oh, I was wrong about this." It'll be like, "Oh, look at how good faith the government is." See, when they're wrong, they're willing to admit it. You know.
Because of Iceland. Speech in Davos. Here's what something the president said in Davos. I'm helping NATO until the last few days when I told them about Iceland. They loved me. They're not here for us on Iceland, that I can tell you. Our stock market took the first dip yesterday because of Iceland, so Iceland has already cost us a lot of money. President repeatedly mistook Iceland for Greenland, right? We're not mad at Iceland. They haven't cost us any money. The president just mistook the 2 countries for each other, correct?
Yeah, he meant to say Greenland, but I think we're all familiar with presidents that have verbal stumbles. We've had presidents like that before. Some made a lot more than this one.
Nice try. Thanks. All right. Thank you.
Got him. Nice try, guy.
Why did they stop driving and then he moved forward? Why is it that it happened right whenever he was above that manhole? And people can always identify these inconsistencies, and it's very regular that they're able to do that. But at the same time, like any conspiracy, name any single thing that's happened, any shooting that's happened, anything else, like the Tim Walz conspiracy shooting, right? With like that guy with the Minnesota lawmakers. People said, oh, well, he was being paid by Tim Walz, and you know, like
People
actually it was this other thing, and then no, he was a Republican. 9/11, think about all the inconsistencies people have invented with 9/11. Jesse Smollett, yes, exactly. Bondi Beach, exactly. That's another one. And there is always moon landing. JFK, Candace Owens with Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was a conspiracy. It was Israel. Every single event, there are inconsistencies. Do you guys not see that? Do people not understand this? There are inconsistencies everywhere. Everywhere there are inconsistencies. Does that mean everything's fake? I don't know, maybe. But like, let's not pretend.
See, this is an example of like Asmongold has a good heuristic. He has a good thought process, but he's just too lazy to do the research. And it's funny because his audience is not going along with him on this. I don't know. The timing is too convenient. The moon is fake. Nope, I'm actually 100% positive this was staged. Not one doubt. Smollett turned out to be false, though. Guilty once, twice, 3 times, but you can't imagine a world where she commits a fraudulent attack on herself to take away the heat from her fraud.
What fraud?
I don't know. Marrying her
Are they just
brother.
saying
It's
Somali?
just a random thing. Trump says it, so people have just like repeated it, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I am. We're going to read a few comments. Why am I being so compliant? What do you mean by compliant? What do you mean by this? I'm going to read it. I'm going to listen to it. Personally, I want to believe it's staged, but logically, I cannot conclude it. Exactly. Yes, could I imagine that this is staged? Yes, I could imagine this is staged. I think there's a possibility that it's staged. But do I think that's what's likely? That's what probably happened? Absolutely not. Like it.
This is a good tweet. I knew Ilhan Omar's attack was staged the moment the flag was lowered into place and a member of her team rushed to get photographers in place so they could capture her pumping her fist and yelling fight. Wait, was the flag wasn't lowered for that Trump thing, right? It must have been the photographer just shooting from below, no? There's no way. It was? It was? Wait, hold on. Trump shooting fight.
Wait, I thought that flag was added in.
The president's been shot. Oh no.
Oh. I'm sorry. It's not funny.
Either that or they're covering. We don't know. Either that or they're covering him. We love you. We love you, President Trump.
Oh my God.
We love you, President Trump. We love you. Yes. Yes.
No, I feel like it was probably just the wind letting up or something. There's no way. I don't think it's being lowered. Dude, listen to this guy. Oh my God. Can I say, and I say this, this is probably the most genuine statement I've ever made in my life. Regardless of what you heard me say about Corey Competore, I think all of us should agree that it was tragic that he was shot that day.
That's the firefighter?
Maybe
Yep.
it's just not appropriate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a drug bust. What if a foreign country indicts our president for violating a foreign law? Should we extradite our president, or should we be okay if they come in and get him by force?
Look, I think ultimately we're always going to act in our national interest. And so if somebody comes after our national interest, like the case you've described, which obviously does not exist at this time, but the case you've described, the U.S. always has the right to act in its national interest and to protect itself.
So really
I don't know about this equivalency. Well, does this justify them doing it?
Yeah,
We're
you
always
got
going to
it.
do what's best for the United States and America. We're always going to protect our system.
But the point isn't, and you're exactly right, we will act in our national interest, and we should. So I'm not disagreeing with you at all. What I'm saying is, though, that our arguments are empty then. The drug bust isn't really an argument. It's a ruse. The war argument, not a war, is a ruse. It's not a real argument. And we do what we do because we have the force, we have the might, we do it because it's in our interest. So we wouldn't let anybody come in, bomb us, blockade us, and take our president. We've had arguments about.
Why do you hate Rand Paul? He's like his dad. He virtue signals a libertarian opinion, but only when it doesn't matter. He's with the Republicans on every other vote. He just votes against them when he can just circle jerk his little libertarian bullshit.
Legitimate, illegitimate presidents, bad elections, rigged elections. So there's all kinds of same arguments that we've had in our country that they've had in Venezuela.
Wooten has a brain teaser.
Abby and Ben are meeting their friend Emily's new dog for the first time and ask the dog's name. Emily shows them a piece of paper with these 10 words on it and tells them that the dog's name is one of the words. Emily whispers the first letter of the name to Abby and whispers the last letter of the name to Ben. Abby says to Ben, "I know that you don't know the name of Emily's dog." Ben smiles and answers, "I didn't until you said that, but now I do." Abby replies, "Now I do too. What's the name of Emily's dog?" Abby and Ben are meeting their friend Emily's new dog for the first time and ask the dog's name. Emily shows them a piece of paper with these 10 words on it and tells them that the dog's name is one of the words. Emily whispers the first letter of the name to Abby.
The first letter of the name to Abby.
And whispers the last letter of the name to Ben.
And the last letter of the name to Ben.
Abby says to Ben, "I know."
Then Abby says to Ben, so she knows the first letter. And then she says to Ben, "I know that you don't know the name of Emily's dog." I know. Okay, Abby says to Ben, "I know that you don't know the name of the dog." That means that the last letter was told to Ben, so he must have been told either P or L or T or G. Wait. Hold on. It's T, P, G, and L. I think, because he would have said something, right? So not, I know you don't know. So T, P, G, and L.
That you don't know the name of Emily's dog. Ben smiles and answers, "I didn't until you said that, but now I do."
I didn't until you said that, but now I do. And she was told the first letter. So is it hog? What's the answer? I don't know.
You want the answer?
Wait.
Abby replies, "Now I do too. What's the name of Emily's dog?"
Because she has the first letter. How do we, where's the answer?
Abby and Ben.
Abby,
Does
I
he
can tell you
post
the
the
answer? If
answer?
you want. He does, yeah. I can give you the other video too.
Well,
he goes through the brain teaser again. I thought you'd
They're
figure it
meeting
out.
Fuck you. Hold on.
Friend
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, hold on. Fuck you. All right, hold on. Okay.
Emily's new dog for the first time and asks the dog's name. Emily shows them a piece of paper with these 10 words on it
Yes.
and tells them that the dog's name is one of the words.
Yes.
Emily whispers the first letter of the name to Abby.
Yes.
And whispers the last letter of the name to Ben.
Ben, okay. She whispers the first letter of the name to Abby and the last letter of the name to Ben. I imagine all of these are perfect logicians, and they would say the name if they know.
He goes in here and that no one's trolling.
So it can't possibly be. Okay. So is there any unique first letter? No. So if they said B, H, C, or P, that wouldn't tell you. Is there a unique last letter? T is not, P is not, Y is, so it can't be Bay. I don't believe. G is not, N is, so it can't be this. L is not, P is not, T is not, G is not. Okay. So it can't be either of those two.
Abby says to Ben.
And then Abby says to Ben, "I know that you don't know the name of Emily's dog." Well, they should both know that the other person doesn't know. So what new piece of information does Abby gain? Hold on. Abby says to Ben, "I know that you don't know the name of Emily's dog."
I know that you don't know the name of Emily's dog. Ben smiles and answers,
He didn't know that until Abby communicated that piece of information to him. So Ben has the last letter, and Abby has the first letter, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Ben has the last letter, and Abby has the first letter. So Ben was told T, P, G, or L. He's obviously not told Y or N. And then Abby says to him, you don't know who it is. And then Ben smiles and answers, I didn't until you said that. But now I know. Okay, hold on. So if these two are gone, they're perfect logicians.
Yes.
So knowing that they have the last letter. Oh, hold on. If they both have, okay, he's given the last letter. Oh shit. Maybe I got it. Okay. Perfect logicians. So Abby knows that he's given the last letter and that she has the first letter.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning we can eliminate these two. Hog was my guess before. However, Ben should know that the answer is Hog because he would have been given. Why am I saying that? Wait, hold on. Why did I choose Hog before? Why am I connecting it? Wait, hold on. Let me run it. Stop.
I didn't until you said that, but now I do.
Shut the fuck up. Okay.
Abby replies, now I do too.
We get it. Okay.
What's the name of Emily's dog?
Okay, one more time. Hold on.
Abby and Ben are meeting their friend Emily's new dog for the first time and ask the dog's name. Emily shows them a piece of paper with these 10 words on it and tells them that the dog's name is one of the words. Emily whispers the first letter of the name to Abby and whispers the last letter of the name to Ben.
Okay. We eliminate these two because they have unique last letters. Okay.
Abby.
Oh, hold on. If Ben has G as the last letter, then it would be either Hog or Pug. It has to be one of those two. If he has G as the last letter. If he has G as the last letter, it has to be one of these two. And if Abby was given... She's given the first letter?
Yep.
If she was given an... Okay, wait. Hold on. Okay, Abby says, Ben, I know you don't have the name of Emily's dog. Because if he was given... He has the last letter, right?
Yes.
Wait, why did I connect these two? Hold on. He's given the last letter. The last letter is G. And she's given the first letter. She couldn't have been given an H. So it's not Hog. She couldn't have been. And he knows that. Right? Wait, does he know that? If she was... Okay, Abby says to Ben, I know that you don't know the name of Emily's dog. Because if he was given a G... No, wait. She gets the first letter. Could she have an H? No, she doesn't have an H. She can't have an H. Right? She can't. So that's eliminated. Hold on, that's eliminated. Now he's given the last letter. If he had a G, he would know it. So it also can't be G? Or it can't be Pug? Wait. It can't be Pug either, I don't think. Because if he was given a G, he would know it. So now they have T, L, and P. Abby says to Ben, I know that you don't know the name of Emily's dog.
Says to Ben, I know that you don't know the name of Emily's dog. Ben smiles and...
Fuck. I'm not going to be able to figure it out. Are you able to give me a hint or no?
Yeah, I can give you a hint.
Wait! I know that you don't know, which means that we have a duplicate letter, but all of the things that are left are duplicate letters. Are the 4 words that I eliminated so far, is my logic sound, or did I fuck one up?
I'm not sure about the Pug logic that you're using, but the other 2 you were on, dead set, but you're missing something about
Okay, so let me redo. Hold on. Okay, hold on.
I didn't until you said that, but now I do. Abby replies, now I do too.
One more time, running it through.
What's the name of Emily's dog? Abby and Ben are meeting their friend Emily's new dog for the first time and ask the dog's name. Emily shows them a piece of paper with these 10 words on it and tells them that the dog's name is one of the words. Emily whispers the first letter of the name to Abby.
She gives the first letter of the name to Abby. The first letter doesn't let us eliminate anything because there's duplicates here everywhere. Okay.
And whispers the last letter of the name to Ben.
The last letter lets us eliminate these two. These two are eliminated 100%. Okay. If they both are aware that these two are eliminated 100%, because they both know this, they both know what their information is getting, then Hog has to be eliminated. Because... Wait, no, wait. Does it? Hold on. Hold on. Why does Hog have to be eliminated? Both of them are given the first letter. No, Abby's given the first letter. Ben's given the last letter.
Abby says something to Ben.
Wait.
What does she say?
Hold on. I hate you. Kill yourself. Okay, hold on. Abby's given the first letter, and Ben is given the last letter. The last letter cannot be Y or N because he would have said, I've solved it. So both of them can eliminate those two words. If he was given a G... No, wait. So they both know that's eliminated. Okay, and then Abby was given the first letter. She couldn't have possibly been given an H because she would know that the other two were eliminated. So Hog has to be eliminated, right?
That's correct. You can go further with that, yeah.
I can go further than that?
You can go further with that.
Okay, wait. Okay. That's eliminated. So now we have T's, L's, and G's. We've got T's, L's, and G's. And then for first letters, we've got B's, C's, and P's. So she could have been given a B, a C, or a P, and he could have been given an L, a T, or an L, a T, or a P. He couldn't have been given a G. There's no way. I have to be able to eliminate Pug. Because if he was given a G here, he would know the answer.
Okay, you can eliminate that.
I can. Fuck you. Okay. So he's holding either a T, an L, or a P. And she's holding a B, a C, or a P. She has one of these. Okay. And then, hold on.
Abby said.
So Abby's looking over at Ben, and Ben has, if Ben was holding a T, he can't know the answer. If he was holding a P, I don't think he can know the answer. And if he was holding an L, I don't think he can know the answer. Abby says to Ben, I know. Do any of these let him know the answer? Somehow her statement is allowing an elimination to happen. How? Okay, Abby says to Ben, I know that you don't know the name of Emily's dog. I feel like logically I must be able to eliminate one more word, and I'm missing it before Abby says anything to Ben. Abby says to Ben, I know that you don't know the name of Emily's dog. Abby has a B, a C, or a P. Hold on. She has a B, a C, or a P. Abby says to Ben, I know that you don't know. We've eliminated the other ones. I know that you don't know. So there must be some way for Ben to know if he had a certain letter. If Ben had a T, it would be either bat or pet. If he had a P, it would be either bop or cap. If he had an L, it would be either cal or pal. How would he know that? Fuck. I don't think I can... Wait.
Says to Ben, I know that you don't know the name of Emily's dog.
So he's got something that he needs one more piece of information for. Meaning if there were certain letters here, he should be able to solve it. Wait. Hold on. B, H, P, no. Something to do with the eliminated words? Fuck me.
Ben smiles and answers, I didn't until you said that.
Fuck me.
I can give you a good hint.
Give me a hint, Moot.
So, because Abby knows that he doesn't have a Y or an N, right?
Yeah.
That means Abby can't have an B or an H. Because if she had a B or an H, then she would maybe be like, oh, it's just Bay, because she doesn't know what the word is at the beginning. Or it would be
Wait. What?
So...
Start with the first letter. So she knows... Go ahead.
So Abby says, what does she say? Give me her exact words. She says, I know you don't know what the word is.
Correct. She knows that he lacks the information to solve it.
Correct.
And
Which means she can't have a B or an H.
Wait. Why can't she have a B?
Because of the Y and the N.
Can't she have bat or bop?
But if she had a B...
Yeah?
Fuck. How do I fucking explain this?
If she had a B, then his last letter would have to be T or P. Are you sure you're using...
I'm using perfect logic. I just don't remember how to fucking explain this. I did it on my stream earlier. But the video does it at the very beginning too, so you can rewatch the video.
But now I do.
I linked you the fucking
Abby
solution,
replies,
and I can get
now
you
I do
Hold
too.
on.
What's the name of Emily's dog? Abby and Ben are meeting their friend Emily's new dog for the first time.
Let's listen to this fucking loser.
And Ben are meeting their friend Emily's new dog for the first time and ask the dog's name. Emily shows them a piece of paper with these 10 words on it and tells them that the dog's name is one of the words. Emily whispers the first letter of the name to Abby and whispers the last letter of the name to Ben. Abby says to Ben, I know that you don't know the name of Emily's dog. Ben smiles and answers, I didn't until you said that, but I do now.
Why does Ben smile? What a creepy fuck.
Abby replies, now I do too. Abby and Ben are truthful, logical, and they trust each other. What's the name of Emily's dog? This network describes all possible dog names on Emily's list. Each one of the line segments represents a name. For instance, the line from B on the top to T on the bottom represents bat. Abby says to Ben that she knows that Ben doesn't know the name of the dog. That means that she knows that Ben can't have an N or a Y.
Okay.
Because in each of those two cases, there's only one name on the list
Correct.
ending in one of those two letters.
That's easy.
For Abby to know that Ben doesn't have an N or a Y, Abby can't have a B or an H.
Okay, I understand the H we got there. Where does the B come from?
The only two letters on top connected to the N or Y on the bottom.
B or an H are the only two letters on top connected to an N or a Y on the bottom. They're the only two letters on top.
Because if she has a B, she couldn't know that he doesn't know the word.
Because if she has a B, then she couldn't know that he doesn't know. Oh,
Correct.
fuck. Is this what it's like when people are debating me and I'm like IQ checking them? Am I just IQ checked here? I just don't have the... I can't understand it. I feel retarded. Oh my God.
If she had a B, then she couldn't cross off the Y, and she couldn't know that Ben couldn't know what the word is because they're unique.
It's too much logic. I'm retarded. If she had a B...
Yeah. Her first statement she couldn't say.
Okay, but if she had a C...
She could say it.
Why?
Because there's no Y and there's no N at the end, which are disqualifying letters that would let Ben know exactly what it is.
Hold on.
So let's remove the dots at B and H on top and N and Y on the bottom.
Oh God, that's just the step I'm not... Hold on. I can't rewind this. This guy. Is he going to explain this more in the video, or does he just go on from there? Fuck.
He goes on
as well
from
as
there.
all line segments
No, okay,
connected
hold
to
on.
those dots. Ben says that he now knows the dog's name.
No.
That means that Ben can't have an L. So we remove the L dot on the... are meeting their friend Emily's new dog for the first time and ask the dog's name. Emily shows them a piece of paper with these 10 words on it and tells them that the dog's name is one of the words. Emily whispers the first letter of the name to Abby and whispers the last letter of the name to Ben. Abby says to Ben, I know that you don't know the name of Emily's dog. Ben smiles and answers, I didn't until you said that, but I do now. Abby replies, now I do too. Abby and Ben are truthful, logical, and they trust each other. What's the name of Emily's dog? This network describes all possible dog names on Emily's list. Each one of the line segments represents a name. For instance, the line from B on the top to T on the bottom represents bat. Abby says to Ben that she knows that Ben doesn't know the name of the dog. That means that she knows that Ben can't have an N or a Y, because in each of those two cases there's only one name on the list ending in one of those two letters. For Abby to know that Ben doesn't have an N or a Y, Abby can't have a B or an H. The only two letters on top connected to the N or Y on the bottom.
A B or an H, because they're the only letters on the top connected to... That's the thing I'm not getting.
So let's remove the dots at B and H on top. And
if Ben had a Y,
yes,
he would know what the dog is.
Correct.
And the game would be over.
Correct. Yes.
So then Abby knows, because the game isn't over.
Okay. He doesn't have a Y.
That he doesn't have a Y or an N.
Correct. We know that.
Abby can only conclude that he doesn't have a Y or an N because the game is continuing on.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah,
so
easy.
now she knows, or now he knows, because she said that she doesn't have a B or an H. Because if she had a B or an H, then the game would be ongoing.
I understand for H. I just don't understand for B, because for B there's still two options left. Because let's say she has a B, right? You've eliminated the Bay word. Couldn't he have a T or a P?
But for her, it's this part, I think. But for
there's
her to know that he doesn't have the Y, she can't have the B.
Steve, you don't have to get rid of every option. Remember, think about the process of what it is. I don't even know if I got it right. I might have it wrong. But remember, the first person doesn't know. And then by the first person saying that they don't know, the second person, who also didn't know originally, now knows. That's it. It doesn't mean you have to cross out every single option. You just think about what would be the case that by the first person saying they don't know, that the second person, who also didn't know originally, by the first person saying I didn't know, now knows.
I don't think Dan's correct here. So,
okay,
if she had a B, she wouldn't be able to make the statement that she knows that he doesn't know.
Why?
Because
He could
then
have a
Bay
P.
would be-
He could have a P and not know, and he could have a T and not know. No.
I think it's because Y is a completely unique letter. If he has a P, then she can't make that statement because he can't know possibly what it is then.
Why? If he has a P, then couldn't she have a C or a B?
But if he has a P, then he thinks it's either cap or bop, and he can't know what it is. Right?
Correct. Yeah, but so then how do we eliminate bop and bat?
You eliminate it because of her statement about, like, I know that you don't know what it is, which then clues him in on that, well, now I do, because he doesn't have the Y or the N. And then once the Y and the N are gone, you eliminate
Well, no, wait.
hog.
She doesn't. They don't even need to communicate for Y and N to be eliminated. Assuming they're both perfectly logical, as soon as the last letter is whispered to him, these two are eliminated. They don't need to communicate for that. And then also, hog is eliminated because I think...
No, I think they have to communicate for her to know.
No, they don't. She would know immediately. He would just say it. Oh, that's the answer. She knows that he's not given that letter. So those two are eliminated immediately. And then
what
hog...
happens after hog is eliminated?
Hog is eliminated because then there's only one H word left. So she would know immediately. And then he would also have hog eliminated. They would know. And then pug gets eliminated immediately after because it's the only G one after hog is gone. What?
When you say eliminated, wouldn't that be something that now they would both know that could be the word?
No, eliminated. It can't be the word. Okay. So all four of these can be eliminated with no communication between the two, assuming neither one has said, that's the name of the dog.
Sure, but they are... The only way that he knows that is them communicating, and it's said in the story that way.
Well,
She says,
so these puzzles are always like,
is.
well, yeah, that's the unique piece of information. But what is she communicating about? I know that you don't know implies that, like,
she's saying, I know that you don't know what it is because it's not Y or N. Because if it was Y or N, then she
Yes.
couldn't make that statement.
well,
Because if she has a B, then in her mind, well, it could be Y or N. And if she has an H, well, then in her mind, it could be hog or hen or whatever it is. So you're getting to, well, she doesn't have either of those letters, so that's why she knows that it's not Y or N, and that he can't have it because he would have said, like, oh, I have it.
assume Abby got the letter B. She says, I know you don't know the name. Ben, who got the letter Y, says, wrong, I know the name. It's Bay. I got told the last letter was Y. Proof by contradiction. Wait. Do each of them know what the other was told? They must. They have to.
No, they don't.
Wait, they don't. No, I'm sorry. Not like the letter they were told, but that they were told the first or last letter of the word.
Yes, they know that.
They know that. That's
I
what,
believe
that's
they know
what I mean.
that. Yeah.
Okay. Destiny, if it's B, Abby can't rule out the possibility of it being Bay, so she can't say, you don't know. Hold on. We're dragging in chatters. Hold on. Okay.
Fetus fondler.
Hello.
All right, what's up?
Okay, so there are 4 classes of words there, right? So you have the B's, the H's, the C's, and the P's, right?
Correct.
And so if she was given the first letter being B, what is it? She cannot definitively say that he does not, because there is a 1/3 probability that he would know instantly.
Okay. Oh, wait. Stop. Oh, okay. Hold on. Fuck. Wait. Hold on. It's turning slowly, but okay, I think I understand.
And then we do
okay,
that
wait,
same
stop.
process
Okay,
with
hold
H's.
on. I was
All right,
doing
okay,
too
my
much.
bad.
I was doing too much logic. I understand. So she says, fuck, never mind. So she says, I know for a fact that you don't know the answer. I know that for a fact. So that means that we can eliminate all the B words because he could have a Y. And if he has a Y, then he would know the answer. So for her to know for a fact that he doesn't know the answer means we can eliminate both B words. And for her to know for a fact that he doesn't know the answer means we can also eliminate, is it the N words? Or wait, how do we get rid of hen? Wait, hog and...
Think of it like 4 different, like I said, 4 different segments. All the B words, or words beginning with B, beginning with H, C's, and P's.
H's, yeah, C's and P's. Okay. Oh, and then she also does the, I know for a fact, oh wait, okay. Ending in G, we got rid of those words. Okay, so now we're down to the P's and the C's. So how do we go from what are the P's and the C's next? So since she says that, she knows for a fact he doesn't have the answer. He can, in his mind, he knows that she doesn't have a B. He knows that she doesn't have an H. And then somehow he eliminates the P's from that? Wait, you can't eliminate G. Hold on, let me back up with this new understanding. I'm sorry, hold on. Stupid, 1 second. Okay. Both of them are given a letter, okay? And then she's given the first letter, and he's given the last letter. She says to him, I know that you don't know. Wait, she says, I know for a fact that you do not know the answer. So because she knows that, she knows for a fact that he wasn't given a Y. Wait, what was the thing you said that turned the key again? Say that one thing you said again. Frosties, go.
Wait. If the letter she was given was a B, right? There's a 1/3 probability that he would know instantly. Right. So it can't be any of the B's because it has that unique ending in Y.
Oh, correct. That's why. Okay. So she knows for a fact that he couldn't have solved it instantly. But if she was given a B, she wouldn't be able to make that statement. So we can cross all the B's off, okay? She's also looking at the words. There's hen. If he was given an N, then
50-50.
she would know that he would also know that instantly. So she can say, I know for a fact that you don't know the answer. So she can't have an H. So she can't have a B or an H, okay? So now she's eliminated all of these on the left. So now we are left with only C's and P's. So she either has a C or a P.
Mm-hmm.
And then he says, oh, but she says she doesn't know either, right? Well, she obviously doesn't know because she hasn't said it. So she has to have either a C or a P. And he says, oh, wait. Assuming perfect logic, if she says, I know for a fact that you can't know the answer, after this, she says, I know that you can't know? Is that what she says? Or I know that you don't know? Does that let us eliminate Pug?
I gotta listen to it again 1 second.
Hold on, let me watch again 1 second.
Abby and Ben are meeting their friend Emily's new dog for the first time and ask the dog's name. Emily shows them a piece of paper with these 10 words on it and tells them that the dog's name is one of the words. Emily whispers the first letter of the name to Abby and whispers the last letter of the name to Ben. Abby says to Ben, I know that you don't know the name of Emily's dog. Ben says,
I know that you don't know the name of Emily's dog. I know that you don't know. Is that how we eliminate all of these? So then he's saying, okay, well, if you know that I can't possibly know, then that means now I do know. Wouldn't this, I don't understand. Don't we eliminate Pug from this?
And why would we eliminate Pug?
Well, because if you have a G, then you would know. No?
Yeah, exactly. So the first statement from Emily or whatever, eliminates effectively the left half. So we're only on the second half now.
Correct.
Right? So when she makes that statement to the guy, now he knows that we're only on the right half.
Now he knows
So
what?
if
Say
he
that
had
again.
a
Wait.
G-
Say that story. Now he knows what?
Now he knows that it has to be the right half of those names.
Correct. Yes.
So if he had a G,
he would know.
He would know.
So we can eliminate Pug, right?
Oh wait.
Oh wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I understand, I think. Wait. He can eliminate. Wait, people are saying no, you can't eliminate Pug. We have Cal, Cap, Pal, Pet, and Pug. If she knows that he doesn't know, and if he was holding... Okay, fuck. I need one more key to be turned. I turned the key on the first one.
I thought I had it, and then I lost it.
I didn't know, but now that you said you don't know, I do know.
Okay. Somehow the answer...
Okay.
Or go ahead.
Okay, so we're on the rightmost half. I'm still kind of working through this because I had it written down. So if he's on the rightmost half and he knows now, that means it can't be an L, right? Because we have the first and the third option that would still make it ambiguous for him, right? So we can eliminate those two.
Well, if I know that you don't, if I know that you don't know, wouldn't it mean it has to be one of those two? Because he doesn't know if it's one of those two. Would he know for sure between those two? How would he know?
Okay, so Emily's statement, all that does, it eliminates the first five on the left.
Yes, I understand.
And so if he had an L, that wouldn't be enough information for him to definitively say, I know.
Okay.
So we can eliminate two words with that in mind.
I know you don't know.
Well, doesn't he know what it is immediately because all of the left side is gone and he has the last letter?
Well, if she says, I know you don't know, then that means that Cal and Pal would be gone. But now he would say, thanks for telling me that. Now I do know. Oh, wait, hold on.
Did I unlock it for you?
No, I don't think so. I think I had a false unlock. If she says, I know that you don't know, then that means that would eliminate Cap, Pet, and Pug, no? And that would leave only Cal and Pal?
No.
Because if she says, if she says, I know that you don't know.
Well, she says that at the start because of the Y in the end.
Okay, am I past her statement now, so it doesn't matter?
Yes.
Okay, then ignore that.
He knows. Well, he says something like, well, I didn't know until you just said that.
Okay.
Whole left side's gone.
Yep.
He knows the last letter.
Yep, he does.
Which means it can't be Cal or Pal, right?
Why?
Because then it would be a 50-50. If he knew if it was an L,
okay,
then it's a 50-50. Because, well, then he could, it's impossible for him to know. Knowing that, it has to be P, because once we cross off Pal and Cal, it follows the same logic as before where you just cross the fucking rest off.
Well, not quite.
Oh, fuck, no, it doesn't.
Can
Yeah.
I
So
just direct your attention to something, Steve?
Go.
The first and the last letter are never the same. It's always, they definitely have two different letters. So factor that in when you're looking at the remaining options on the right side. Their letters have to be different. So if he has one thing, if he has a letter, he knows she doesn't have that letter.
Why?
Wait, literally none of the letters are the same.
Because none of them are none of them are the same for any of these words. So if he has a letter, he knows that letter is not going to be showing up as the first letter. If he has the last letter.
Wait, I don't think it has anything to do with this though. No.
It definitely it's the literal answer to the question. Look at the five remaining words you have on the right side, and think if he has that letter, and he knows that she also cannot have that same letter. Does it give you the answer? Look at the first one. If he has that L, does knowing that she can't have an L do him any good? No, of course not. Look at the second.
Okay, hold on. Let me listen through. I'm gonna listen through this guy explain it a little. See if he unlocks any keys. Let's see. One sec.
Smiles and answers, I didn't until you said that, but I do now. Abby replies, now I do too. Abby and Ben are truthful.
What?
Oh, yeah. Okay, so.
Wait. I'm just gonna listen to that. Let me listen to the IG guy explain it real quick. Okay, hold on. All right.
Oh, okay.
Logical, and they trust each other. What's the name of Emily's dog? This network describes all possible dog names on Emily's list. Each one of the line segments represents a name. For instance, the line from B on the top to T on the bottom represents Bat. Abby says to Ben that she knows that Ben doesn't know the name of the dog. That means that she knows that Ben can't have an N or a Y, because in each of those two cases there's only one name on the list ending in one of those two letters. For Abby to know that Ben doesn't have an N or a Y, Abby can't have a B or an H. The only two letters on top connected to the N or Y on the bottom.
Got that. Okay.
So let's remove the dots at B and H on top.
We're done with
and
those
N and
words.
Y on the bottom.
Okay.
As well as all line segments connected to those dots.
Okay.
Ben says that he now knows the dog's name. That means that Ben can't have an L.
Yeah. Oh, no, I had that part. Fuck you guys. Okay, so we can eliminate the L's.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning that he knows. Oh, no, fuck! That's easy. Never mind. Wait, why was I missing that? Because if Ben says, I know, how is this so complicated? If Ben says, oh, well, now I know, because he can eliminate the L's because she knows that he doesn't know, that means that it's either P, T, or G. But since he now knows the answer, then that means she knows, because...
So we remove the L dot on the bottom, as
Yeah.
well as the line segments connected to it.
Because she knows the first letter. Wait, but how does that letter
Well, no,
eliminate Pet or
the
Pug?
fact- the
Wait,
fact that she-
hold on, wait. Let me just let him continue on. Hold on.
Abby answers that now she knows the name. That means she can't have a P.
Oh, because she... Wait, she can't have a P. Because she knows.
So he knows because he has the P, and it's the only one there.
Mhm.
And she knows because she has the C, and she's already crossed off Cal and Pal because
Wait,
he
wait.
would be at a 50-50, right?
How does she know... Or how does she know that he doesn't have a T or a G?
Because he then says, I didn't know until now.
Oh, because when
And-
she says, I know that you don't know, he can't have
Correct.
a T or G because it would be one of these. So he can't know between these two. And then he says, oh, well, now I know because that means that she has a C, so he has a P. Right? I think that's it.
Yes, which is that's what I was trying to tell. Like the words can't repeat. So if he's sitting there with a P and she says that, then he goes, okay, well then you must have a C because you're.
No,
like,
I
have
No,
a
no,
P.
that logic is not
correct
true. No,
reasoning.
that's not the correct reasoning. No,
No,
definitely not.
I don't think either of you have said the correct reasoning.
No, my reasoning is sound. Hold on, backing
Say it
up.
again. Start
She
to finish,
says,
start to finish.
start to finish.
Yeah.
Okay. Jeez.
That leaves
Okay.
just the C on.
Hold on. Here we go. You're about to get the most perfectly logical logic you've ever logicked in your entire life. All right.
Abby and Ben are meeting their friend Emily's new dog for the
Okay.
first time and ask the dog's name.
Okay.
Emily shows
First
them a
time.
piece of paper with these 10 words on it and tells them that the dog's name is one of the words. Emily whispers the first letter of the name to Abby and whispers the last letter of the name to Ben.
Okay.
Abby says to Ben, I know that you don't know the name of Emily's dog.
Abby says to Ben, I know for a fact that you don't know the name of the dog. She says, I know that. And the reason why, because if he had a Y or an N, he would know. So she couldn't have been given a B, because if she was given a B, he could have gotten a Y, and she can't make that statement. If she was given an H, he could have been given an N, she wouldn't be able to make that statement. So we eliminate all of these here. So Abby says, I know for a fact, I know that you don't know the name of the dog. So he can turn around, and because she's conveyed that information to him, okay. And he says,
Ben smiles and answers, I didn't until you said that. But I do now.
okay. And then he turns around and he says, I didn't until you said that. So she's eliminated all over here. And now he's holding, he has either an L, a P, a T, or a G. Now that she's eliminated all that, he said, I didn't really know the answer until you gave me that piece of information, meaning now he has enough information to solve. If he has enough information to solve, it can't be Cal or Pal. You can eliminate these two. Yes?
Correct.
Correct.
Yes, 100%.
Okay. So he has enough information to solve now. So the answer is either Cap, Pet, or Pug. And now that he has solved it, she knows that if that was enough information
Sure, but how
for him
has
to
he
solve
solved
it, what?
Oh, okay. You're getting there. Sorry.
Well, he solves it because he has the last letter. It has to be one of these three.
Yes,
Right?
correct. Yes.
And now that he solved it, she can solve it because she has the C. She can't have a P to
Yes.
make that statement. So the answer is Cap.
Yes.
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 Abby
And
replies,
just one thing to
now I
clarify.
do too.
The information that she gets from the guy is that Cal and Pal are eliminated. And so if she's able to figure it out, that's why Cal. So
Correct.
Well, no.
She gets that
She can't.
information.
Yeah. Well, she can't figure it out until she knows he's
He
solved
has the
it.
letter. Yes, correct.
yeah, I just wanted to emphasize like the last point where she's like, oh, I didn't know until you told me that you know.
Yeah, we got it. Okay.
Two. Abby and Ben are truthful, logical, and they trust each other.
Holy
What's
shit.
the name
Okay.
of Emily's
Thank you.
dog?
I love you all.
This network describes all possible
That's a
dog
good
names on Emily's list. Each one of the line segments represents a
Fuck me. There's a similar puzzle to this. You guys should do it tomorrow. Don't look at the answer though. There's a
Send
similar.
it to me and I'll do it tomorrow.
I'm not even gonna be able to find it because I don't even know how it goes formally. But it's like there's 3 people on some stairs, and I think 2 of them hold up a number or something, and the person in the back, and all of them are perfect logicians, and they have to guess the number or something. And when all 3 of them, the person in the back looks and can see the first 2 numbers, the person in the middle can see the last number, and neither of the 2 in the back say anything, and then the person in the front guesses the correct answer, and they know it because of what the other person would know. It's like I don't know if anybody has a link to that, but yeah.
The name.
All right, send that to
For
me in the
instance,
morning. I'm
the
gonna go hang
line
with
from
my wife for
Beyond
like an
the
hour, and then we can
Fuck
arc rave
you.
or whenever you
Hurry
want.
the fuck up.
Well, what time do you want to do it?
30 minutes.
Okay.
Bitch. You got into a problem by assuming the game has to end if one of them knows. That's not how they were making it. Yeah, that was my bad. In the beginning, I assumed that if one of them knew, they would say it instantly, and that's how they were eliminating. Because I think in that other logic game, I don't know if anybody has... I don't know if anybody has the one that I was referring to. In that game, nobody says anything, and just the front person just gives the answer, because all of them are working through the logic in their head. There's no communicating back and forth. So I was fucking up.
I came in here for something totally different. Also, I realized after you solved it why my logic was like didn't make sense, because I wasn't accounting for her getting the answer, like from him saying that he knew what it was.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I wanted to say this because yesterday you were talking about them like moving the shooter around. You know, like they moved the guy that shot Alex Brady out of state so that the state wouldn't have jurisdiction to arrest him. And you liked when I told you about it before. You liked my hypothetical of or my like the notion that we could get a little bit of revenge-ish, if you want to call it that, by using like the recall statute to recall like former military people that were Republicans. I've heard you repeat that since then, so I was like, oh, you must have liked that. There might be something here that I'm missing, but can you think of a reason why the same logic that we're using against Maduro wouldn't work against this ICE shooter guy? The logic being like, okay, yeah, we might not have had jurisdiction to make the arrest, but now that we have him here, the court has jurisdiction for the case. Is there a reason why Minnesota, like state police, couldn't just go say they moved him?
No, I don't think there is. I don't think there's any logic there, because there was a court case that I read for this, or at least I read the holding that was, it doesn't matter how an arrest is made or how somebody gets somewhere. I know this because when I saw this, I thought of the stupid fucking Dark Knight thing where Batman kidnaps the guy from Hong Kong or whatever, and then brings him back to but apparently it doesn't matter how the arrest is made. If the guy is at the court and can be arraigned and then stand for trial, he will. It doesn't matter if the arrest was illegal or not, or something like that.
Jurisdiction to make an arrest and jurisdiction for the court to hear the case are completely separate from each other. So if Minnesota State Police just goes and essentially kidnaps him out of Florida, say, the court could hear the case, and that he could go on trial that way.
Yeah, although that's a scary world. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's a terrifying world, but it's the same like Maduro. It's the same logic they're using on Maduro. Like, we didn't have jurisdiction for this arrest, but he's fucking here now, so we're doing it.
Possibly, yeah.
You said that you're like, I don't know how we ever get the guy. And I was like, well, bounty hunters technically.
Maybe not for real though. That's video game.
Yeah, not for real, but like just like technically, like as long as you get him to the courthouse now. Well, he's at the courthouse now, so
okay,
got him.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Okay, see you.
Have fun. Be careful.
T on the bottom represents bat. Abby says to Ben that she knows that Ben doesn't know the name of the dog. That means that she knows the name, as well as all lines. She knows the name. That means she can't have a P. That leaves just the C on top and just the P on the bottom. The dog's name must be Cap.
No cap.
Abby and Ben are...
Jesus. No more. Oh, that one puzzle that I was describing is similar to this, but more complicated. 3 logicians walk into a bar. The bartender asks, do you all want a drink? The first logician says, I don't know. The second logician says, I don't know. And the third logician says, yes. The reason being, if either of them said no, then they would be able to answer definitively. If the first one says yes, he doesn't know how the next 2 will answer. If the second says yes, he doesn't know how the third will answer. And then if the third is going to say yes, then he knows the answer is yes for all 3 or whatever, right? Yeah. Jesus. Legal mindset leaks, tech tone.
Because I'm not a scumbag piece of shit that's going to go through something that will dox her like that. I will, not have that happen. So He should be banned from YouTube. Report fake lawyer now. I mean, that's crazy that he's just doxing 2 people that went through abuse and sexual assault.
So this relates to Legal Mindset, okay? So Legal Mindset went live with the uncensored documents and was just putting her full name and I believe address out there.
Man, I don't want to be involved in this shit. Don't do that. Not cool, guys. I don't know. Okay. Oh, nice. They're on. Big thanks to everyone at Mythic Talent, also to Tech Tone for the seal of approval. Happy to be working with a great team and no objections to creating great content in the future. Are the documents even sealed? No, I don't think so. The one thing I don't like, man, dude, when my I don't care, dude, when my manifesto comes out, oh my god, there's just so much, like, I don't like all this weird behind the scenes finagling that people fucking lie and hide about. It drives me crazy. Legal Mindset does this a lot, where people give him information privately behind the scenes, and knowing where that information comes from might change your interpretation of events. So the fact that, like, Gisticle was manipulating a person, you know, who was so suicidal that he had to have her locked up and then was promising to be her Dr. K to have her on stream making accusations about me. I'm talking about Cherry, right? The fact that Gisticle was engaged in that, whether or not the things he's saying about me are true or untrue, I think that the public or people listening to that might consider it a bit differently, knowing the relationship to the sources of information. I don't like it when there is so much, like, weirdo stuff going on in the background where people are, like, whispering each other and handing off information to each other, and then the people are presenting it like they got it completely anonymously, or they just stumbled upon this thing. I really, really, really don't like that thing. But now I feel like but then the thing that sucks is that if I'm open with everything and nobody else is open with anything, then it just seems like my side is being weird. Miskiff messaged me to cover these docs or whatever, and I was going over some of it on stream. And then after that stream, the person, Pinky, reached out to me, and they said that they weren't aware. They don't know how all of those documents were made public. And after they told me that, they said that they didn't want all of their information, like, plastered all over the internet. I told Miskiff that I wasn't comfortable going over anything on a stream unless it was, like, censored, basically. I was like, are you, like, I don't think this person wants their docs info out. Can you, like, censor these documents? Now, maybe he was going to censor them anyway. I don't know. Now, apparently he did here, which is good. After I said that to him, he said they were censored after that. So yeah, I don't want to, if this person's trying, I don't know how, I just don't know anything about, like, the state court filings or how stuff is coming out or how stuff is being released. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how many people are like, Jessica is doing exactly this by sending stuff to Mizkif for him to go over now. Yeah, it's just, I don't care if people do that, but I think people should be open about where they're being fed information from, you know? It just feels a little weird. In my opinion. Fucking annoying here. It's annoying. Fucking annoying here. Oh, fucking annoying here. What is like? This is what I don't like.
Uh-huh.
Why does Miskiff need you to cover it? Well, initially I think I offered on stream, and then I think I even DM'd him, because I can interpret court documents, because a lot of people don't know what any of the language means or can't just read them and understand what's going on. But I don't want to be, like, covering stuff that, if it's, like, making people uncomfortable, maybe, I don't know. I just don't have a strong enough position on it to hate one side to know if I would care to cover it or not. Like, I don't have strong enough feelings, if that makes sense. Like, if I thought that she was completely and totally in the fucking wrong based on my take on everything, then I would say, well, these are public filings, you know, fuck you. But I don't know the nature of their court case or anything as well, so it's hard to say.
Why? What are you, like, retarded?
This is us, the commentators.
Yeah.
Okay, Asmongold, Hassan, Destiny, whatever.
Right.
And then this here is, like, politics.
Politics, yes. I see that.
And it's like, this is like, it's a fake world. Nothing is real. We can say whatever, do whatever, blah, blah, blah. But as soon as Destiny's like, you know, somebody could fuck this guy up for saying this shit. Now these guys lose their fucking mind over it.
Yeah. You can do politics without advocating for being violent against people that have opinions. Yeah, obvious.
What do you say? These people need to be tried and executed. Like, again, this is going into the politics world. He's saying, well, no, I'm just saying that in the court of law, they should be tried and then executed and hanged. I'm not saying anything violent. It's like, okay.
Like, is...
Destiny, would it be feasible to just keep in touch with the victim to see what they think is okay to cover? Well, kind of, but that's also biased too, because maybe she's full of shit and she's lying about everything, and maybe Tectone is more innocent than, the court docs imply. I don't know. I'm not saying that he is. I'm just saying that if I'm getting sources from just one side of the information, then I mean, obviously that source, regardless of if she's right or wrong, it's going to be somewhat tainted. That didn't happen. I'm sorry, my audio just glitched. I mean, it's the same thing how I tell people, like, I mean, I understand why people don't want to believe me about my court case. That's fine. That's why I'm waiting for my dismissal. Because everybody's going to represent their side, obviously, as being the correct side. Although I would argue you could read my filings. But
what are you talking about? Are you retarded?
Is he LARPing that he only wants violence for people in charge? No, again, I'm repeating this for like the 5th time. There has never been an illegal takeover of anything in the history of the planet. Nobody has ever done an illegal thing that comes to lead a new government, because they always create some pretextual justification for what they're doing. Even the Civil War, the state's like, oh, we have the legal right to secede. I think that we have a right to do this. This is our state right or whatever. Everybody has a reason to. A dictator is saying, well, they broke the law. We have the right to do this. When Saddam Hussein was killing everybody, it's because they were backstabbers and murderers and everything else, or to the party, or they were traitors to the party. There's always a reason. So Asmongold's going to say, well, I'm not being violent when I say, oh, what? You don't trust the courts now, Destiny? You don't trust the courts? I said they should be tried for treason and hanged. You don't trust the courts now, Destiny? You don't trust the courts? Like, the whole in court is the new in Minecraft for them. I think Wall should be fucking murdered in court after he's been tried for treason, where I'm only going to vote for a guy who pushes capital punishment. It's like, okay. I mean, based, I guess. Like, epic, dude. Okay.
So, by the way, this is more of what I've said. Every one of Destiny's stupid arguments like this is hinged off of some brain-dead Reddit false equivalency. Oh, well, because you said this, now it's okay for me to say this. No, it's not. What are you, fucking retarded? It's so stupid.
Like, this is not a fake world. This is not, like, just pretend. I don't like how streamers engage with politics like it's just a pretend world.
What do you mean it's a pretend world? So because it's not a pretend world, you can advocate for people to get killed?
No! That's the point, you fucking retard, but you're the one who's doing it. You celebrate when people get killed. Your chat is laughing when people are getting shot. You're talking about people need to be tried and hanged for execution. You think it's Raffle Mayo when fucking Trump is supporting people getting... That's the point. How is he going the exact opposite way with this?
What is wrong with you?
Oh my God, true! Like, I have a feeling that if I were to say, I think somebody should, like, execute Asmongold, I think he would lose his shit. I think he would get mad at him.
No way! No way. This is, oh my God. This guy is so Reddit-brained, it's actually embarrassing. It is genuinely embarrassing. He thinks that there's some kind of inconsistency that, wow, you know, Asmongold, what is this here? Protect the streamer. It says when Tim Wall stands up against authoritarianism. Is this, I don't even know. I'm assuming he's talking about me saying that Tim Wall should get tried for treason. That's what I'm assuming, right? This is insane.
You're tried for treason by somebody who's pushing, in the most brutal manner possible, capital punishment. Those are more or less your words. The brutal as possible and capital punishment. You want him to die. You're not looking for justice or for a fair court case. You're talking about voting for somebody that will murder somebody, for kill somebody, right? Jesus.
Talking about advocating for killing somebody? Oh my God.
Here it comes.
This is like
Where
saying
is it?
that because you advocate for self-defense, that means it's okay for me to shoot you. Just because it's the same base action doesn't mean that it's the same thing. This is like, here, let me remove all context, all nuance, and all logic out of this, and then instead of that, bake this false equivalency that justifies me advocating for vigilante violence. This is retarded.
Vigilante, because it's not by court. Okay. But like when he's saying shit like this, it's totally okay?
Absolutely it is.
Okay.
If J.D. Vance does not push for treason with capital punishment against Tim Walz, do not vote for him.
You want Walz to be killed. That's what you're saying there. Treason with capital punishment. It wasn't even enough to just say what you should try him for. It's he needs to try him for this crime, and then he needs to be executed afterwards. He needs to push for execution. That's unhinged. Even people that were talking about Chauvin, I don't know if they were saying shit like that. He needs to be death penalty. He needs to be. It was more like he needs to be charged with murder. He needs to be convicted of murder. He murdered George Floyd. But he needs to be tried and murdered. He needs capital punishment to kill him. I don't even know if Georgia has fucking or Minnesota or whatever has capital punishment. I don't know. I don't know about Minnesota's.
If Trump does not deliver that, do not vote for him the third time.
Like, you're saying that this guy should be killed. Now you can.
No, I'm saying you should be on trial for it.
And herein lies the problem. I'm so much more sympathetic to like violent left-wing protests now. Herein lies the problem with those that wield the keys to power is they can always hide behind this pretextual bullshit world of, I'm just talking about what the legal system should do. Oh, the legal system, the one that the president of the United States is blatantly rejecting, the one that the one where the president of the United States is fabricating indictments against political opponents, where Stephen Miller, who is sitting on the president's shoulder, whispering into his ear, has constantly called every single person on the left an insurrectionist and treasonous. You want those people to charge his political opponents with treason and then execute them? Oh, that makes it so much better. That makes it so much better. Thank you.
That's the difference, is that whenever you're advocating for vigilante justice and vigilante violence, there is no trial, there is no accountability.
See, you don't need vigilante anything when you control the keys to the government. I don't need vigilante justice. I've got Donald Trump giving personal orders to the attorney general who has fake prosecutors like Lindsey Halligan to do this for me. See, it's not vigilante. What Trump is doing is de facto vigilantism, by the way. He's firing prosecutors and putting in the ones that will bring the bullshit indictments that aren't even surviving grand juries half the fucking time to bring politically charged indictments against political opponents for political reasons just to try to fuck with them. Like, how? Like, it's not vigilantism de jure because he's the president, but de facto, this is vigilantism run amok in the DOJ.
There are no protective measures, and it is completely up to whatever crazy person out there to act on whatever impulse they have and do it. Whenever I advocate for that, this is the issue, right? Is that this is like saying, well, how can you be against violence if you think the police should apprehend criminals? Yes, obviously, there should be some degree of accountability to somebody that's doing something illegal or breaking the law or siding with a foreign country. This is like Luigi. Yeah, exactly. Like, Luigi is totally fucking different than the state executing somebody for doing something wrong. Like, this...
Luigi is not that much different from the Trump administration, though. The Trump administration has shown time and time again that they have a blatant disregard for rule of law. How many times do they call them activist judges? Thousands of decisions passed down by activist, left-wing liberal judges that shouldn't be judges. They've attacked every time they can every part of the institution from top to bottom that comes with criminal proceedings. They've got fake bullshit agents out here, these ICE dudes. They've got fake bullshit prosecutors because they fired most of the good ones. And then they've got judges when they give decisions that they don't trust. They say, we don't trust these judges. They're activist losers, right? These are the people that I'm supposed to trust, you wanting to try people for treason and execute them? You're fucking insane.
It is unbelievable how every single one of Destiny's arguments to justify his unhinged, stupid fucking rhetoric about, oh, wow. Remember, like, whenever he said that the kids in...
The problem is Asmongold is using the Reddit arguments, and he doesn't realize it because he's smart, but he thinks he knows more than he does because he's too lazy to do any reading or research. So he just relies on his little brain to carry him through these arguments. Because there's a world where if you don't know anything, what Asmongold is saying sounds true. Yeah, there's a huge difference between killing somebody in a court of law versus just vigilante justice, right? Well, if you don't know how courts work and you don't know how the Trump administration is using the courts, then yeah, there is a big difference. But if you understand what is happening legally right now and why the DOJ as an institution has been hollowed out, then yeah, that hits hard if you're retarded.
In the Texas flood, he was saying, like, I don't know if he said they deserved it, or he was making jokes about it, and then he was saying bad stuff about the guy that got killed at the Texas Trump, or at the Trump rally. This is just a very, very common parallel that Destiny does, is that he listens to the dumbest person on the internet, and he says, wait a minute, I can do you one better. That's what he does every single fucking time. This is so retarded, and again, this is a Reddit tier false equivalency, so he can justify advocating for violence and being an idiot. That's it. This is like saying, again, because you support self-defense, that means I should be able to shoot you. No, absolutely not. Just because you say, okay, in some circumstances, this would be acceptable, that doesn't mean that automatically, in every circumstance, it's always acceptable. It's the same thing like, oh, I advocate for taxes. Okay, well, because I think taxation is theft, then I can steal your stuff because you're advocating for stealing through taxes. Can you, it's so stupid. I can't believe he's even saying this. Oh my God. This does annoy me. It does.
Try to lie and say, well, no,
it's pathetic.
mean, like for the process or whatever. The president doesn't charge crimes.
Yeah.
Now you can say, well, no, I just mean I want the president to choose an attorney general. The president doesn't tell the attorney general who to prosecute. Well, no.
Why are you intentionally obfuscating? It's obvious that I'm saying that there should be a process to determine whether this person, like basically this is my argument. I think that if Tim Walz knew that he was funneling money to Somalia, then that money was being sent to a terrorist organization. Tim Walz was effectively funding a terrorist organization. And read some of the comments that are wild. Oh, I'll get to that. It's direct as attacks towards Asmongold, of course, right?
You could say something like, I want an investigation or something, sure, but that's not what you said. You said you wanted to vote for a new president who pushes to have him tried for treason and executed. That's what you said. Like the whether or not he's guilty of this thing is a foregone conclusion in your mind. You're just looking for the executioner. That was your statement. Not if it was just like, I think Walz should be investigated for this stuff. I think he should be investigated. I think this is treason. He should be investigated for this stuff. Well, fine. It's retarded, but fine. You can have that opinion. But that's way different than I'm only going to vote for the guy that tries him for treason and pushes for hanging.
Yeah, I think that's basically treason. Is that not treason? I mean, I think that's just categorically treason. It is.
It's he doesn't even know the definition for what treason is. Was Iran-Contra treason?
Then obviously he shouldn't have that happen. Duh, of course. But it should be investigated. Why is this such a problem? I would say the same thing about Trump. I would say the same thing about anybody else. Advocating for a political process that has extreme consequences is very different than advocating for vigilante justice.
A political process. I'm sorry, was it a political process or was it a prosecutorial process? Was this court or was this politics? Which is it? It's all the same to you because you're a Redditor. You're retarded. You don't know anything about any of these systems. To you, it's all the same shit, which I understand if you're retarded.
And vigilante political violence. This is crazy.
I would just want a president.
Destiny is pretending to not understand lawful enforcement of the government because he doesn't agree with it? Yeah, exactly. Pretending to not understand.
True.
Man, many such cases, huh?
They would have the what does Asmongold say when the law doesn't agree with him? What's this?
Ignore him. Like this entire idea that we have to ignore him. Like this entire idea that we have to, we have a very clear problem with the legal system. When one or two judges can effectively bring the entire judicial and executive branch to a grinding halt just by saying something is illegal, and then also a lot of these things get overturned. It's not like, they're right about it in a lot of these cases. Now, sometimes they are, but usually I think they're not. And
usually
they've had these things go to Supreme.
Usually the judges are wrong. Okay.
Supreme Court. It's been denied. Arrest the judge anyway. Yeah, I think that we really need to have a conversation about how judicial systems affect like a national law, because I feel like I remember reading how judicial systems affect like a national law, because I feel like I remember reading this that a handful of the judges that are these like activist judges are responsible for like 95% or 80%. I don't know if it's that high, but like 80% of the actual blocks on like different things that Trump tried to do. So
why do you think that is? Do you think that maybe there are certain jurisdictions that are more likely to hear certain cases, that there might be certain venues where the courts are just specialized in a certain type of law that are used to practicing these types of cases? Or do you think that all the judges across the entirety of the United States are just trying to funnel these cases to the most activist judges they can?
So, like, if you have that many people that are doing that, then I feel like really there seems to be very clearly an agenda here, right?
Because they disagree with me.
Like, this entire idea that we have to...
it's whatever. But no, dude, definitely not vigilantism there. Disposition that would choose an attorney general that would also go after this guy for treason, but get the fuck out of here, you loser fuck.
Oh, I don't know about that, man. I mean, like his own, and here we go. Let's talk about the actual thing that I said. Tim Walz, I think, did know that the money was being funneled back to Somalia. I think that he did know. And I think that people, the multiple whistleblowers, even inside of his own party that said that, I think that him, as soon as the video went public, and like the Nick Shirley video, him immediately dropping out of the governor's race, I think was very, very condemning. And I think also the fact that all the other people around him had been convicted of fraud for like the Feeding Our Future stuff, I think that there's a very, very high probability.
All the people around him? Were these Walz's personal friends and his government figures? All of them? How many? What was even the relationship?
That Tim Walz knew this was happening and he facilitated it happening. I think
that's a huge claim, by the way. That would be one of the biggest scandals in all of U.S. history that you have no evidence for. But okay,
I think it's very possible, and I think that there are enough pieces of independent evidence there that an investigation should be done. I don't see why this is such a confusing and problematic.
Then say that. Just say there should be an investigation done. That's fine. If you want to investigate, go for it.
Thing to say. I really don't.
I like how that's what he backed his whole statement up to. First statement, I will only support the guy who promises to try him for treason and pushes for capital punishment. To the statement now of, well, I think it should be investigated.
It makes perfect sense to me. Unless the most extreme, dramatic, brutal, aggressive option is on the table, I'm staying home. Yep, I'm staying home, bro. I think this is a huge problem, that politicians are able to get away with stuff and people are able to get away with things. Like, in my opinion, whenever you defraud and you hurt millions of people, I think that your head should be on the chopping block. I do think so. But the difference between me and Destiny is I don't think that should be decided by some random retard on Twitter who decided to pick up a gun and go take things into their own hands.
But it should be decided by who? Because you don't trust the judges. So who?
I think this should be decided in a court of law, just like every single other legal...
Oh, despite the fact that you've said over and over again that they're activist judges, that you don't trust them, that they're all just trying to block the Trump admin from doing what they want to do. Okay.
Outcome is decided in a court of law. If you're scamming Medicare fraud and you're stealing billions of dollars, yeah, I think your head should maybe be on the chopping block. I absolutely think so. If you're a politician and you're taking bribes from foreign countries, yep, heads on the chopping block, absolutely. And I think that we have so much bad behavior, just completely random and just flagrant law-breaking behavior from politicians who are literal fucking traitors to our country. And we are pacified by our basic, pretty much our success. Like, the country has been so successful and we've made so much money that nobody even considers this. If there's no accountability, it's going to keep happening. Absolutely. It'll never happen? That's fine. Then I guess he's not gonna win. You're not gonna get my vote. Yeah, I'll tell you that. Explain how I'm wrong. Yeah, you're not gonna get my vote. It's not happening. Yeah, I sleep.
But like, that's just politics. That's just a meme. So that doesn't matter. Meanwhile, me advocating for somebody to pin their location and don't let them join liberal protests.
Guys, well, you're okay with self-defense. That means I can shoot you. Wait a minute. So you think somebody should go through a legal process? Oh, well, I disagree with you. So that means I can do the same thing without the legal process. Because those are the same things.
Okay. What is this?
They did it with Trump too? Did they do it with Trump? I don't remember them doing it with Trump at all. People are sharing a completely fake AI-generated photo of the... Oh, yeah, obviously that's fucking fake. That's not even Alex Preddy. So people are spamming this everywhere. No way an AI-generated version of a guy is on Times Square billboard.
Wait, is he even talking about the right one? Is this AI generated or is this just a picture? I thought the claim here was that they darkened or lightened his skin to make him Jewish or something. This isn't.
My God.
Or make him not Jewish? I don't know.
Wow.
It's touched up.
Man. That is insane. PSYOP, we're doomed? Yes, I know. Is this fake? It looks fake. The image is also fake? Okay, wait a second. All right, let's go ahead and find it. We're going to see if we can look it up on here. Video falsely. Okay, so it's not real. So this is even better. So let me get this straight.
Why not read? Why not read an article? Did he really just go by the headline of the first result?
See if we can look it up on here.
Video falsely places tribute to Minneapolis shooting victim in Times Square. Video falsely places tribute. Wait, hold on. Is that saying the exact opposite of what he thinks? Because this headline reads to me like it's saying that billboard is fake, and there's just a video that faked it. But I don't know. Let me check. Hold on. I might not be interpreting it. This was on Yahoo News. Tributes and rallies abounded in remembrance of Alex Preddy, the 37-year-old intensive care nurse who was shot and killed by federal immigration agents in Minneapolis, Minnesota, but social media posts claiming his picture was projected onto a large billboard in Times Square are false. An AFP journalist visited the New York City location and confirmed there was no such homage. Breaking. Alex Preddy, honored in Times Square, reads the caption of a January 26, 2026 X post sharing the clip. Wait, so is this not even in Times Square? The video appears to show Times Square with a massive image of Preddy imposed over one of the buildings. Well, actually, we would know this immediately because there'd be tons of people with pictures, right? I mean, I imagine somebody would have taken it. But it's Times Square. There's fucking tens of thousands of people that walk through here.
Man, that is insane. PSYOP, we're doomed? Yes, I know. Is this fake? It looks fake. The image is also fake. Okay, wait a second. All right, let's go ahead and find it. We're going to see if we can look it up on here. Video falsely. Okay, so it's not real. So this is even better. So let me get this straight. So this guy's using a fake AI image of a fake billboard to push a fake narrative. Everything's fucking fake.
Oh, never mind. He does understand it. Never mind, I got it. Okay, hold on. I thought when he was saying it's fake, he was referring to we're like 3 levels of meta fake right now. He does understand that. Okay.
Every video is fake. Everybody's lying. This is insane. Oh my fucking God.
I think.
Pure slop. I know. This is crazy. What the fuck is going on? we live in a simulation. Yes, AI at this point is just, in my opinion, like I can't immediately tell this is AI. I mean, I don't know, like the whole quality for it is bad. I could see that maybe, right? Yeah, sure, I can see it now that I'm looking at it. But if I'm just looking at it for like 2 or 3 seconds, I'm going to assume that it's real. I will. And there's some of these I can tell. I mean, there's a lot of them that I don't think you can. There aren't. So they edited a version of this guy's face, and then they also even used this too. Oh my God. Well, I guess that's what's happening now, guys. And there's no Minnesota. They fixed his nose only. Well, I think they also changed.
He changed his statement. He still retarded. He thought the billboard was fake, but the picture was fake. Wait. No. I think he's saying he understands the whole picture is fake. Like the whole thing is fake. Not just the picture on the billboard, but that whole thing is fake. I think he understands that. That's what I'm getting from him, I think. Yeah.
Changed his chin, right? Now, in my opinion, should the media be able to do this to show somebody what to show what somebody looks like? No, I don't think that they should. I think this is ridiculous. Anybody who's advocating for this or thinks this is good is a fucking moron. It's just crazy that somebody would be okay with this. It really is. But yeah, that's it. They made him black.
Is this real? Is the picture face tuned at all? One of the things that I fucking hate about AI is like now AI becomes a stand-in for a bunch of other stuff that was kind of normal before. Like people will, there was an app on your phone, I don't know if it's iPhone or called Facetune, where people are like tweaking and changing stuff. And you used to say Photoshop, but now when you say AI, it's like super malicious. And it's like, well, I mean, like people like touching up somebody's hair or something, but I don't know if this is the same picture or not. Maybe it was 2 separate pictures. And I don't know who did the editing. I have no idea. I don't know.
Black? I mean, I don't know if they made him black, right? And it's just nuts. They'll do it to you too. Oh, of course, right? They changed his entire skull. Yeah. They literally changed this guy's entire skull to make him more visually appealing so people would go and be more.
Fuck me. I hate him. Because like, I'm making a guess here, bros. I really don't know. But like, generally, if you go to do headshots, you'll have like multiple pictures taken. Like, is it possible that these are just 2 different pictures from the same shoot? Because so like here, it almost looks like his head is like tilted up a bit more. And I'm only saying this because so his chin gets shorter and his nose gets shorter, but also like look at the balding on his head. I feel like his head is tilted a bit up more too, where the head, like the hair is like more straight on, whereas here it seems like his head's tilted down a little bit. But maybe I'm hallucinating things. I'm not sure. His right eye looks different too. Sure, maybe, yeah. And the glasses are like the glasses are at a different angle. Like here, we can just go by his eyes, I guess. So I'm connecting the center of his eyes to each other. Like this is the angle. Is it the same over here? Not really. Like his head looks more even here. Like this just looks like a second picture. But I could be wrong. I don't know. His nose has been straightened. Was his whole head moved? Give me the before and after. Look at the distortion of the borders of the glasses. They are different pics. Maybe. They look like different. My guess would be because of the angle of the head, they look like slightly different pictures. But I could be wrong. Or no, not slightly, just different pictures. But maybe you can do all of this touch up in Photoshop or editing. The hair is too similar. When I say different pictures, I don't mean like from a totally different photo shoot. I mean like when you do headshots, you might do like you might get like 10 or 20 different pictures from the same, like the guy's like taking pictures and you're like moving a little or posing or doing a different thing or whatever. And then the photographer will, I think they usually color grade them or touch them up or whatever, and then they'll send them to you to see what you want, depending on what you're asking for. But I'm curious if, who accused this of being like photoshopped or AI generated? Like what's the before and after here? Like where are we getting this before and after? Question, why would there be 2 seemingly identical photos? You don't think an AI face tune would slightly morph things around, whether by accident or by the nature of tuning an image? I don't know what the AI tunes typically do. Like would an AI tune try to shorten your chin? Like I don't know if that would, but I also don't edit my pictures. I don't know if anybody would want to do that because you'd end up looking so different. It might like fundamentally change the way you look in a way that would be like jarring. So I don't know if people would want that type of software. Usually you would just find like better poses or better angles or whatever. Whereas like, again, it's common to take, you might take 10, 20 pictures or whatever at a similar angle. And then the photographer might send you all of them and ask which ones you want touched up or which ones you want Because if they're shooting, I don't know if you shoot photos in RAW format. I think that might just be video, but you might shoot in a format that requires like, or at least every photographer I've worked with will touch up photos or whatever. Why concentrate on something so silly? Well, people are saying it was edited to make him look less Jewish. Unless it's like a different face with lens zoom, I would assume the second pic is heavily edited. No. I'm just saying tilting your head could make things look different. I don't know if I have the facial features for it to look dramatically different. Also, my lens is a much shorter focal length camera, but like the difference between like a like if my chin, fucking official. Hold on. Like if I'm, hold on, fuck. You would have to do two. You have to like screenshot like this versus like this. But I don't know how big my nose is. Like if I'm looking at this here, like my nose is like above my facial hair. If I tilt a little bit, now it's like dipping into my facial hair. If I had a really long nose, if this was longer, more Jew-coded, then this would be even more dramatic. And this is just like a minor-ish head tilt. March for Our Lives posted this on January 24th, 6:02 p.m. Alex Brady was an ICU nurse devoted to keeping other people alive. This picture, I think, looks like this picture. That's probably the same picture, maybe? Yeah? Although, keep in mind also, this is like a picture of a picture in a plastic picture frame, too. So it's going to look a little bit weirder. You got a lot of picture elements going on. Why do you think this was a photo shoot? It looks like his work photo. Well, you might bring a photographer in to do photos for some fucking award or staging thing or whatever. I think you typically, or not, maybe not typically. You could also just have a guy that takes pictures with a fucking phone. I don't know. It depends on the business. The one on Wikipedia here looks like the one on the left. Yeah, my guess would be, my guess is that this is a different picture from the same photo shoot. That's my guess, but I have no way of proving that. I don't know where like this accusation of it being like edited even comes from, so I'm not sure. Which outlets posted the image on the right? I don't know. This is information I'm like third hand from chat, so. They kept all the secondaries on a photo shoot. It depends on it depends on what you're. Hold on. Fuck me. I bet I don't have these anymore. Photographs. Jesus, hold on. I'm not even gonna have all the fucking. I don't think I have the original thing that was emailed to me, but like even of the things that I kept. Wait, wrong thing. Hold on. These are so old. I haven't done many photo shoots, but these are edited pictures. So of all the ones that I was sent, like the guy was like, I think in both of these are like, here, just pick like a few dozen and then edit these. So there were more even than this, but like all 4 of these pictures these are 4 different pictures on top. These are 4 different pictures on bottom. Some of these look quite similar, like these 2 are pretty similar. Obviously, it's a similar pose. And these are just ones I kept. So there were maybe 20 or 30 pictures of each in these different angles. So this isn't that strange to me. So like and actually, if you watch the media that I do for when people are promoting my events, sometimes I send them like a slightly different picture. That's where these come from. I'll usually just have like a ton from similar angles or from a similar position. So the idea like, you think that they would still have a slightly different picture from the same shot? It could be. I don't know. I just don't know how I have no idea what their process was for doing these pictures, or I don't know. Maybe there might be a situation which is really fucking weird. So like if I was at the casino and they were taking pictures, my guess is it's going to be a fucking dude with a phone. They take a picture, they snap it, and it goes on the wall somewhere like McDonald's or whatever. If it was for the event that I did with James Fishback, I think I posted photos from that. They had a professional photographer, and I think they sent me 2 or 3 photographs. Fuck, what was the name of that? Why can't I? I don't know why I can't. Why can't I right click this? Who knows? If you tell AI to upscale a photo, it might just end up mixing your face with someone who looks like it. Could, but I don't know why. I feel like using AI to upscale shit would be stupid. Like you can artificially boost resolution and stuff by running algorithms like anti-aliasing shit to smooth edges or whatever. When you start making big guesses on information, I feel like that would be really stupid to do with photographs of other humans, because I think we're quite sensitive to changes in a person's face. I think my head is the same here on both of these. I don't think I'm tilting or anything. Even on the Fishburne thing, like this photographer sent me multiple pictures for this, and this wasn't like a professional shoot or anything. It was just the guy who showed up at the debate to take pictures. But these are 2 different pictures, even though they look similar-ish. He probably shot them like almost one after the other. But these are different pictures. Focal distance does the same thing, right? Yeah, but I don't think they would be changing the focal length of the lens while doing pictures, because he would have to back up and come forward while changing it. I feel like that would not be a thing you would do. But I could be wrong. I'm not a professional photographer. Yeah, but your face shape doesn't morph. Well, the longer the focal length, the more your face will narrow, and then the wider the shorter the focal length, the wider your face will become. That absolutely happens.
I work for the county. If you have a specific person in mind, like I can likely help you get that person out of here. These families they're scared to death, and most of them are just like, what's that?
I'm 95% confident it was edited based on the teeth, but I can't find the source of MSNBC actually using the fake photo. Yeah, that last one, the teeth look very perfect, especially compared to the other one. It wouldn't surprise me the last one was edited. But again, you could take like 15 or 20 pictures and you could do edits on a few that the person wants to like keep, because a photographer will charge you more for editing some pictures. They're not going to edit every single picture. But I don't know I don't know the source of these pictures. Sorry. If I knew more about like where these were coming from, I might be able to make a better guess on it. But sort of true, sort of not true. Depends on the distance from the subject and how central they are in the lens. Hey, Waterfiend, kill yourself in a video game. What? Where's my... Oh, fuck.
Alex Preddy, an ICU nurse who cared for veterans. Donald Trump and his cabinet, his administration, are demanding once again that you not believe your eyes and ears. This time it
MSNBC decided Alex Preddy is too ugly to be a martyr, so they used AI to fix him. Nice space. Wait, so why do people care if a picture of him was edited? It's just the MAGA fucking lunacy. Every single thing has to be fake, or there's some conspiracy, or I thought I saw a tweet that said that they were trying to make him look less Jewish, but I don't. Again, I don't know who's Jesus Christ. Also, that guy in chat who I said to kill himself is like technically correct. The focal length doesn't actually change at all a person's face. The only thing that actually matters is how close or far you are to the subject. The closer you are, I think the wider the face. The further back you are, the more narrow the face. The shortcut reason why people will say focal length changes how wide or flat a person's face looks is because typically when the focal length is shorter, you're shooting like a wider image and you have to get closer for them to take up the same amount of space in the frame. So technically, if you stood back here and you had a 70 to 200 millimeter lens and you went in and out and in and out and in and out, it wouldn't actually change the way their face looks at all because you're just zooming or unzooming. What changes is your distance to the subject. But typically, shorter focal length means you're closer, longer focal length means you're further, whatever. Fuck you. I want to be this guy. So like this image is technically true, but if you get like a photography anal guy, they'll fight you on this. Technically, it's not the focal length that's changing the shape of the face here. It's the distance to the subject. Because for him to remain the same size in every shot, this 20 millimeter picture is being taken maybe from this length, and the 200 millimeter one, I don't know the math, but you're much, much further back, right? Okay. The video I linked shows you what you're talking about in practice. Would you rather be 20 millimeter or 200 millimeter? I think it's generally said it's like 75 to 100, I think is standard for headshots, is like the optimal fucking aesthetic thing bullshit, maybe? I don't know. Something I don't know. Like I don't know anything about photography. Gamer moment.
Hi, Oxec. How are you?
Hello. Fine. What about you?
Very good. It's a new year. Do you have any resolutions?
Always same.
Always the same?
Always same. For 7 years, I think it's same. Everything, all settings, never changing.
And what is it?
It's 1280960.
I didn't. That's so fun. That's such a gamer reply. Oh my god! I legit didn't get it.
Wait, I wasn't even listening. What was this? Hold on.
New year. Do you have any resolutions?
Always same.
Always the same?
Always same. For 7 years, I think it's same. Everything, all settings, never changing.
And what is it?
It's 1280960.
I'm retarded. I just don't know. His in-game resolution? Oh, do they still play 4x3 for pros?
I didn't. That's so fun. That's such a gamer.
Oh, he's resolution. Oh my god. Okay. They did this in Severance. Thanks. Have you seen the show? Nope.
Beforehand, candidate for Ohio Attorney General. I want to tell you what I mean when I say that I am going to kill Donald Trump. I mean, I'm going to obtain a conviction rendered by a jury of his peers at a standard of proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
Not beast mode. Stop, chat. Hold on. We're getting too edgy. Chill. I disavow.
Based on evidence presented at a trial conducted in accordance with the requirements of due process, resulting in a sentence duly executed of capital punishment. That is what I mean when I say that I'm going to kill Donald Trump.
Aspen would agree with the capital punishment part. True.
Oh, the Hassan Pikers in the bro, I saw this. I'm like, who is this guy? Who is this fucking guy? When we get through this to the other side, remember the people that were fence sitting as well? The Hassan Pikers and the Chapel Roan said both candidates would do this. Remember them? They use their influence poorly and shouldn't be trusted in these conversations. I click on the profile. They're a Taylor Swift stan. Okay? And I find that very strange because, like, yeah, these people said that they were pro Kamala Harris, but where the fuck is Taylor Swift on Palestine? Where the fuck is Taylor Swift on ICE? Chaperone hasn't stopped doing advocacy on all of those things. Like, you can't be sitting here talking about fucking multi-billionaire superstar celebrities who have been noticeably absent for the conversation as your fucking neighbors are getting slaughtered while you think personally that, like, the end all be all was to say you have to vote for Kamala, she's the best. This is actually who I was talking about, by the way, when I said, like, these are the dumb fucks who have, like, you know, like, they have, like, a absolute fealty to dear leader. They're like, you have to praise dear leader, right? Like, what do you mean? What do you fucking mean? Well, when we get to the other side, who the fuck are you? When we get to the other side, who the fuck are you to tell me?
Okay, this guy's a loser. I don't care. Hello.
I didn't want to interrupt you, but there's one thing that I was curious if you've, like, thought to confront people on when you've been in these debates over these shootings.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, maybe you have, or maybe you haven't, but, like, when they bring up, like, well, what do you expect them to do as they've been harassed and blah, 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 blah. Like, you've heard people say that, and, like, that guy said it yesterday.
That guy said it yesterday, yeah.
You're not confronting that?
Is there a reason why I'm not confronting it? Because there's so many stupid things. But I mean, like, this is part of your job, right? I mean, like, you don't sign up to be a cop to deal with happy people all day, right? Like part of the job is that you're dealing with people who are breaking the law. Just because somebody upsets you doesn't mean that you can murder them. Like if you have the temperament to do that, you probably shouldn't be in that position.
But they're using it more as a like justification of like, well, they've been being confronted by these people over and over and over again, as if that makes it okay in every situation to like treat those people that way. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like they're using it as a way to like say, well, in the totality of the circumstances, you have to think that they've been like their lack of sleep and all that, like that stuff doesn't matter at all. You know, like they're like every single situation has to be taken like that. The totality of the circumstances is the situation that they're in, not like, you know, the guy's mom died 3 weeks ago and he hasn't had any sleep. You know, like that's not like taken into consideration when you're talking about each individual incident.
Sure. Yeah, no,
And,
yeah,
like,
I agree. Yeah, they're generalizing all of the issues to pretend like all of them applied specifically in this situation. Yeah. Well, we
like,
don't know
would
that at
you
all.
be if I put some things together about like different incidents of like people being confronted like after doing an assault or after doing a shooting, and like use of force not being where somebody can like you could in theory go and like gun down a bunch of people and then be confronted like 5 minutes later with no gun lying on the ground, like ready to surrender, and somebody can't just shoot you because they think like, oh, there's a chance that he could get up and start shooting more people. Like they just can't do that, even in a circumstance that's that crazy of like somebody, you know, using a gun.
I mean, we know this because they they arrested Tyler Robinson. They arrested oh god, there's such a great example. It's not, there are mass shooters who've been arrested before. They give up, they surrender to police, and then they're arrested, right? This happens.
Well, it'd be like, like with like Luigi, them being like, well, he had a gun, and we know that it was him, and we like it'd be like if they just like mag dumped him in the middle of the road. You know what I mean? Like even if you know those circumstances and things, like it doesn't change. That's why like when people talk about the totality of circumstances, but they bring in like well, you have to understand what ICE has been going through and all this kind of like, that really doesn't matter. That would be like saying that a Chicago police officer, because they've dealt with gang violence before, can go into every single traffic stop with his gun drawn, ready to shoot somebody just because, you know, they've stopped a bunch of black cars before that have had guns in them. You know, like that's it's the same like logic. So I don't know, like I could send you a couple of cases of like different, not necessarily of like where judges rule that, you know, the circumstances made it to where somebody could or couldn't shoot, but like there's like way more horrendous things that have happened where, like you said, like Tyler Robinson being just like brought in. But like I'm talking about like more active situations of, you know, like I don't know, there's a bunch of stuff like that felony stop thing. I'm really glad that you like grasped onto that, because a felony stop is like literally somebody is known to be a danger. So they go guns drawn because that person is known to be a danger. But sorry, I'm jumbled in this because dude, it's been kind of a lot. But like, how much have you looked into like use of force continuums and stuff like that? And, like,
I mean, a little bit, but nobody accepts, like, you can read off any of these things, they just don't accept them. But like there's a whole thing on the, there was like a DOJ thing, I almost read from it yesterday, but I just didn't even bother, about like, when is it appropriate to use intermediate weapons? Like, that's, I kind of challenged him to provide a source for what he said, but he didn't. You're not going to find anything that is going to tell you in any police department, you should just start pepper spraying somebody immediately at close range for no fucking reason. Like, that's like after other things have been attempted and are not working, you know?
And like I think he tried to use the like, well, there was a group of people, and then here's this case of them using OC spray to disperse a group of people.
Yeah,
and
he kept trying to go to these things.
Yeah,
none of it was, not even close.
You're talking about like an active like protest that's going into like people pushing up against officers, and you're trying to disperse it, and like that's where, when you're dealing with individuals, you can't just like pepper spray a guy to get him to run away, like without detain. Like you were on that same thing, but everything he kept up bringing up was like
not related at all.
Situation, groups of people that are causing like actual disruption and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I think that point keeps getting brought up by these people. Of like Rob Noor did it a lot too when he was talking to Wick and Pisco about like, well, they're blowing whistles, and you know, like how. If you just had a whistle being blown at you over and over and over again, it's a it's like that's that kind of stuff. Like, I'm sorry, but if you're a police officer that can't handle somebody yelling at you or blowing a whistle in your ear, or whatever it is, like you that's just all the more reason that you're not cut out for the job.
Sure. Yeah, I agree.
It's like what people said with Ashley Babbitt. They said that the guy who shot Ashley Babbitt shouldn't have done it because she posed no threat. So there's no reason why he should have ever shot. But they just, like, for some reason, like, I guarantee you that guy would not have defended the Ashley Babbitt shoot, or would have defended
that she shouldn't have been
shoot.
That she shouldn't have been shot.
Well, he said that. He's like, oh yeah, I think it was a good.
Yeah, but in another circumstance, yeah, he wouldn't have. He just had to own it on that particular point. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like that's a point that needs to be attacked more and more of, like, well, if this is happening, it's not that we should, like, let law enforcement shouldn't be doing things when they're met with adversarial people or protesters or anything, but, like, you can't take that into consideration when you're looking at these use of force, like, instances where, like, well, they've been dealing with this for so long. Like, maybe if there was, like, a history of criminality with somebody and they're dealing with that same person over and over and over again, you can sometimes bring that stuff into court and things like that. But, like, the way that they're bringing it in is just, like, it would never stand up.
Sure.
Like, it's.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know. I feel like it's something that should be attacked more. But I was just wondering if you were curious about that.
All right, I'll keep it in mind.
All right.
See you, buddy. I was going to read this yesterday, but I decided not to, just because it was whatever we would have said would have been fucking retarded. But this is from the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center's website for some of this. Intermediate weapons, batons, electronic control devices, and oleoresin capsicum OC spray are often called intermediate weapons because they offer an intermediate level of force between a firearm and going hands-on. But objective reasonableness depends on the facts. Baton blows to the head, neck, or groin area may cause serious injuries. The electrical charge from a dart mode ECD causes neuromuscular incapacitation and is very likely to cause serious injuries by someone standing in a tree, climbing over a fence, or saturated with flammable liquids. Absent a strong governmental interest, as when the suspect poses a significant threat, intermediate weapons are excessive when any reasonable officer would know that they are likely to cause serious injuries. The nature of the intrusion. What does an intermediate weapon do? A baton can be held at port arms to gently push a protester back to the sidewalk. It can also be used to strike his attacking limbs. A baton is capable of causing deep bruising, blood clots, capable of precipitating a stroke, and even death. OC spray comes from the oily extract of the cayenne, pepper plant. Exposure to OC creates a deep burning sensation and difficulty breathing. Electronic control devices come in two modes, dart and drive stun. In the dart mode, the ECD propels a pair of probes or aluminum darts tipped with stainless steel barbs towards the suspect. When the darts strike the suspect, the ECD delivers an electrical charge through the wires and probes into the suspect's muscles. The electrical impulse momentarily overrides the central nervous system. The suspect falls, momentarily incapacitated, which provides an opportunity for the officer to move in with handcuffs. In the drive stun mode, the officer pushes two electric contacts located on the front of the ECD directly against the suspect. The drive stun mode delivers an electronic shock. The drive stun does not override the central nervous system like the dart mode, but it is painful and may cause a struggling suspect to release his grip on something. The governmental interest at stake. When are intermediate weapons objectively reasonable? An intermediate threat is the most important Graham factor. Intermediate weapons fall within the range of reasonableness if, after applying the facts to the Graham factors, the suspect poses an intermediate threat. Poses an immediate threat. Wait, how many times did I just say intermediate? When is immediate? Immediate threat. An immediate threat is the most important Graham factor. Okay, sorry. Immediate threat. The severity of crime at issue may help establish an immediate threat. Consider an armed robbery suspect who refuses an officer's order to lay on the ground. An intermediate weapon may be reasonable to make him. But change the facts and the answer may change. Remember when that guy brought up the whole thing, oh, so you think if it was a drunk guy stumbling around, you'd treat him differently? Of course you would. But change the facts and the answer may change. Assume the same person was only suspected of drunk driving. While a serious crime, drunk driving is not indicative of someone who is an immediate threat. The same urgency to get him on the ground may not exist. The crime is only one factor to consider in deciding whether a threat exists. Police officers have a right to protect themselves even while investigating minor crimes. Consider a case where a patrolman stopped a truck driver for a simple traffic violation. The driver became immediately confrontational. "Get that flashlight out of my eyes," he stated. 5 times the officer asked for license and registration. Instead, the driver ranted and raved by the highway. "Why don't you just take me to fucking jail? And I don't have to kiss your damn ass because you're a police officer." After the 5th request, the officer shot the man with an electronic control device in the dart mode. The ECD caused neuromuscular incapacitation. He fell and was taken to jail. The truck driver's failure to provide documentation was an arrestable offense, but was it reasonable to use the ECD and without warning? That was the issue before the court. The truck driver claimed that he would have obeyed the officer's arrest commands had the officer warned him. The officer, on the other hand, claimed that arrest commands would only escalate an already tense and difficult situation into a more serious struggle. This time, the facts supported the officer. But in another case, the facts viewed in a light most favorable to the plaintiff did not support an immediate threat. Here, a young man drove onto Coronado Island wearing nothing but boxer shorts and tennis shoes. An officer also saw that he was not wearing his seatbelt and directed him to pull to the side of the road. He did, but began to pound the steering wheel and to curse, apparently upset about the pending traffic ticket. Then the young man got out of the car. The slightly clad young man must have looked strange. Adding to his bizarre behavior, he began to yell gibberish, expletives, though not at the officer's face, like the truck driver, and to hit his thighs. The officer was about 20 to 25 feet away from the young man when, without warning, the officer shot him with an ECD in the dart mode. He fell due to neuromuscular incapacitation and shattered his teeth on the pavement. The reviewing court believed that the only similarities between this case and the truck drivers were that the two men were stopped for a traffic violation, they were loud, and they were shot by an ECD, while the in-your-face behavior of the truck driver could cause a reasonable officer to believe that there was a threat. The behavior of the young man on Coronado could not. Typo. He was further away and just having a temper tantrum. Each use of force must be objectively reasonable. Not all of them were in a domestic violence case. The officers had probable cause not all of them were in a domestic violence case. The officers had probable cause to arrest the suspect who was acting erratically, holding a baseball bat and advancing on the officers. The first 3 deployment of an ECD were not excessive because the facts supported a threat. However, 7 more were excessive. Similarly, OC spray is reasonable against a combative suspect who poses an immediate threat, but once the suspect is under control, he should be decontaminated as soon as reasonably possible. I just, the first pepper spraying of this guy was just completely fucking wild to me.
Today, my analysis of the shooting and killing of Alex Preddy by Border Patrol officers in Minnesota. Hi everyone, welcome to today's research-informed defensive lesson here at Active Self-Protection. As always, I am your host, John Correa. If you're
Wait, does this guy have more teeth than he should? Is this Attack on Titan? Am I crazy? Or are they just like all similarly sized for some reason?
If you're new here to Active Self-Protection, please hit the link in the description for my bio and why I am the guy bringing you this analysis. I am a court-admitted expert in use of force in self-defense and in firearms. It's literally an analysis of video evidence is what I do every single day of the year here at Active Self-Protection. So please, this is why I'm bringing it to you. Second thing here, before we get to the videos, I'm not going to dive into the politics here or some of the background issues, but my intent today is to look through the 3 major angles of video evidence that have been released into the wild of this to see what they say, what they actually show, and what they don't show, and talk about what the lessons learned are. And yes, we will talk about whether I believe, based on my training, background, education, and experience, this shooting is justified.
We didn't watch this whole thing today, but hold on.
While job gains have remained low, the unemployment rate has shown some signs of stabilization, and inflation remains somewhat elevated. In support of our goals, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to leave our policy rate unchanged. Having lowered our policy rate by 75 basis points over the course of our previous 3 meetings, we see the current stance of monetary policy as appropriate to promote progress toward both our maximum employment and 2% inflation goals. While job gain...
If your mind is already made up about that and you know everything there is to know about that, this video will probably not change your mind, and it almost certainly will frustrate you at times because we're going to take a good, nuanced look, so you might want to pass this one by. But if you're interested in seeing how we take things apart, how we look at the entire context, and then how individual frames in that match and work inside the context, let's get it going. Whether you choose the new home defense model with an impressive 20-foot range or the standard smaller
normally I wouldn't skip it.
to
I don't know if they're going to want me to stream this upcoming show or not, because I don't know if this goes to TV or what the fuck, how they do this, but they haven't responded to my email.
Someone with the hot sauce and break contact is an important tool in every self-defender's toolbox, so go hit the link in the description and pick some up. Thank them for sponsoring today's video. To set the tone here, Alex Preddy is at this protest because he said he wanted to observe and verify and make sure that the government was doing the things that it should be doing. It's totally his right to be at a protest. He is concealed carrying a SIG 320. I think it's the ARX model. So he's concealed carrying a firearm with 2 spare magazines. That's completely normal as well. We'll talk about that in the lessons. And then you're going to see him have to get involved. He is an ICU nurse who works for the Veterans Administration. Let's watch the first camera here and see how it goes.
What the fuck is wrong with you? The fuck, people? What the fuck is wrong with you? Honestly.
I found this other one that somebody said they had stabilized, but it's also in such sharp contrast that I'm a little worried that it's been manipulated with AI, but it shows very similar stuff, just much more clear. As you can see, again, we already saw the agent there pull his gun, shot breaks, and then about a second later, another one, and then a whole bunch more shots break. Let's watch in for the next 2 angles here.
They're doing too much, man. They keep pushing people, you know? Oh shit! What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Did they fucking kill that guy? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Not again. Are you fucking kidding me? That guy's dead.
Wait. Did that sound just a little bit? The first part of that, like Lakari?
Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Shit! What the fuck? They killed him? Did they fucking kill that guy? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Not again. Are you fucking kidding me? That guy's dead.
Okay, sorry.
Yo,
Not
we need
fine.
people outside.
What is wrong with you? Honestly.
You heard there were a whole bunch of rounds fired there. Alex did not survive this. Mr. Peretti died at the scene. There's been a further significant uproar. And again, there's a bunch of news stories as well as links to the originals linked in the description of this video if you want to check them out. So now you've seen each one kind of in their entirety. I want to walk back through and show them to you. Here's the thing. The reason that we do that is I want you to see the context. I want to see the totality of the circumstances and not just stop with individual stills that can be misleading. I also want to say here that the video evidence by itself is not a definitive issue. It's all about what did the person who used deadly force see in the moment and why did they act like they did. We don't get to see that on videos, okay? So what we're looking at on video is there objective reasonable evidence that would back a claim that it was a justified use of deadly force. And there's far more in a full investigation than the video evidence, friends. And also, there are videos and angles and the way that things work that this is just, every video is simply an eyewitness that we have to look at, that we have to cross-examine. But the beauty of a video is that it can be cross-examined again and again and again, and it will tell us the same things again and again and again. I think this one of these 3 tell us.
Surely there's no coincidence that a lot of these shootings happen in Minnesota. What is the explanation behind this? Well, my understanding is the recent surge to Minnesota was inspired by that Nick Shirley video. No? Am I making that up? Somebody tell me if I'm right or wrong on that.
Some important stuff, so let's get into it. First of all here, is it okay to be at a protest? Well, listen, I said in the Kyle Rittenhouse when I did analysis of the shootings there in Kenosha that I thought it was imprudent to be there. And I stand by that advice. I think it's imprudent. But, you know, some people believe it is my moral obligation, that it's an important enough thing that I really need to be there, that I have to. So they feel very strongly about that. And it's certainly you're right. Just because something's imprudent to do doesn't mean it's illegal to do. And it wasn't illegal for him to be there. I've seen a bunch of other people say, well, he shouldn't have had a firearm at a protest. And I categorically reject that line of reasoning. It's entirely his right to exercise his Second Amendment right. He's not exercising it at anybody. He is not, you know, even you could say, well, he was open carrying a rifle or something like that he's trying to incite things. No, he's concealed carrying a firearm, which is a very normal thing that normal people do. I do it every day. And okay, he's carrying.
By the way, if he was open carrying a rifle, he would still be alive, guaranteed.
A couple of spare magazines. I've heard sometimes he's 1 or 2 spare magazines. I've seen varying reports. I'm the guy that will say, well, carrying a spare magazine is just not something that we see private citizens use in defensive gunfights, but I'm in the minority on that, guys. It is far more common for like the big time big dog trainers to tell people to carry at least 1 spare magazine. And notice, I would say every Border Patrol agent that was here at this one had probably 3 or more spare magazines on him.
Also, by the way, when they say this guy had 2 magazines, I guarantee you he had his loaded firearm and then 1 extra. Because if it would have been 1 loaded and then 2 extra, they would have said 3 magazines. So he had his normal, ordinary firearm, and he had 1 extra magazine on him, guaranteed.
Carry at least 1 spare magazine. And notice, I would say every Border Patrol agent that was here at this one had probably 3 or more spare magazines on him. So I would never tell a police officer not to carry a significant number of spares. And so those issues, I think, are just ridiculous. It's like telling somebody you can assemble, so you can do your right to assembly, but you can't worship while you're assembling. And these are constitutionally protected rights. So I have no problem with that. And I think that it is really bad to say he shouldn't be carrying a firearm if there's any police officers around. That's crap. I'm around cops all the time. I carry a gun all the time. And the cops that I know are like, yeah, that's fine, whatever, just don't point it at me. And I do think that one of the things that the video is going to show is I don't see any evidence that Freddie tried to point a gun at officers, tried to grab a gun. They found a gun on him while they were beating the crap out of him, is what the reality is that we actually see here. And so to tip my hand a little bit, I think a jury's going to really struggle with this one. Now, that said, I do think that I've said this many times, and I said it in the mid-roll, the realities of the use of deadly force, there's far more than gets caught on camera. And I'm going to show you in several spots, like what did the agent see here and why did he act the way he did? We don't know. And we don't have that information given to us on the videos. All we have is what the videos show and what we can investigate there and what we can show and see it. So let's talk about what we saw there. Let's try to talk about it like adults, keep the politics out of it. And I'm just going to call balls and strikes and tell you what I see. So you can see him here filming, right? Okay, fine. Now, should he be in the middle of the road? No, I don't like that he's in the middle of the road, but
there is like a very narrow, this is why a totality of the circumstances is so important. There is like a very narrow world where the officer that made the shoot was maybe okay because all he heard was gun and he wasn't 100% sure what was going on. The guy that induced the whole fucking scenario though is just why, that's just insanity to me. And he should have had more control over the situation. He should have communicated better with other officers. He shouldn't have pepper sprayed the guy. This is what I don't like, and no one is really engaging with me in good faith on this, I don't feel like. From my perspective, at the moment he gets pepper sprayed, he is locked. He's going to be railroaded to death. You ever play D&D and you like step into a dungeon and there's nothing you can do? Like there's magical blocks and everything. And it's like, oh, I'm supposed to die here. Like at the moment he gets pepper sprayed, the officer seems like he wants to arrest him or whatever. Like at this point, his shit is fucked. Like it's going to take him a bit just to get his senses. But like the fact that he's still carrying means now he dies 100%. I don't know what he does at this point. Like, he's just getting attacked and beat up. And I don't even know why he's grabbing this woman here. He might just be trying to hold on to something. I don't even know if he knows what he's, but like, yeah, he's getting beat up. They see that he's got like the gun on him. Like, what is he? He's dead at this point, right? Like that one guy yesterday was like, oh, well, he should have just gone limp and spread out. And it's like, is that really going to be your intuition when you've just been fucking had a half a can of pepper spray unloaded down your fucking throat and you've got some dude beating your fucking head with a pepper spray can or whatever? Like, I don't know if anybody's intuition is going to be that. Like this guy over here hits him twice. Like you're fucked at that point. I don't like that. You can't, for no good reason, you can't send people down like a death path. You know, if he was actually literally fighting with the officer, or if he'd like struck the officer, or was engaged in like active combat, or had made, even if he'd made his intentions known earlier, like you touch that woman again, I'll fucking kill you, you pig. I got a piece, I'm gonna fucking take you out or whatever. Like if he was like doing something like that, I'm a little bit more sympathetic. But like also watching from the car, the cop is just mad. The cop is just upset. You can just tell he's pissed off. He's beating up on the woman, right? Cops love women. Women are the best things to beat on. If you're a pussy ass bitch and you're upset, women, kids, and dogs, and that's it. He just wants to push people around. He just wants to be a big dog. He pepper sprays the dude for no fucking reason. He tried to pepper spray the woman a second time, but he fucked his can up or whatever. Like,
and okay, he's carrying a couple of spare magazines. I've heard sometimes. And I do think that one of the things that the video is going to show is I don't see any evidence that Freddie tried to point a gun at officers, tried to grab a gun. They found a gun on him while they were beating the crap out of him, is what the reality is that we actually see here. And so to tip my hand a little bit, I think a jury's going to really struggle with this one. Now, that said, I do think that I've said this many times and I said it in the mid-roll. The realities of the use of deadly force, there's far more than gets caught on camera. And I'm going to show you in several spots, like what did the agent see here and why did he act the way he did? We don't know. And we don't have that information given to us on the videos. All we have is what the videos show and what we can investigate there and what we can show and see it. So let's talk about what we saw there. Let's try to talk about it like adults, keep the politics out of it. And I'm just going to call balls and strikes and tell you what I see. So you can see him here filming, right? Okay, fine. Now, should he be in the middle of the road? No, I don't like that he's in the middle of the road, but okay, it's jaywalking at the worst. That's not really a big deal. Now, this agent here in the brown beanie just really kind of hucks this woman. He kind of really pushes her hard. Why did he do that? I don't know, but it certainly raised the temperature of things.
Thank you. I don't like, you can't just smack somebody because you're upset. I can't believe so many people, I feel like I've talked to 2 or 3 people that have defended this. There was no reason to shove the woman. Now, if you want to talk about like, again, it was telling that all the examples that guy's ChatGPT had generated for him were like crowd control things. If there's like 20 people, like the January 6th stuff, cops shoving people back here, that's a dire situation. You're getting stranded. It makes sense. This woman is barely even in the road at this point. It looks like she's kind of walking back to the snowbank and then she turns to talk to him. And this officer's mad as fuck.
At the worst. That's
he's mad. He looks like he's short, so he's probably got some short guy energy here. He's pissed off. He's just like
a big deal.
Like, why? There was just no reason for this. You're not accomplishing anything. I don't even know if he's going to arrest her after. I think he just wants to, I think he's just pissed off.
Now, this agent here in the brown beanie just really kind of hucks this woman. He kind of really pushes her hard. Why did he do that? I don't know, but it certainly raised the temperature of things. Was it smart? I can't see, I don't have a definitive answer as to what she did that he thought she might have earned something like that, but it certainly and absolutely raised the temperature and was a very seeming high use of force for somebody who was just filming, is what it looks like to me. And listen, officers, agents, if you're involved in this stuff, you got to recognize it is a very much a time of great emotional difficulty for a lot of people. So you got to be the adult who keeps your head in these situations. And I feel like he kind of didn't here.
And it's not to be sexist, but it's a woman, and maybe an older woman. Like, bruh, how many videos have you seen online where like some guys are fighting or whatever, or even a girl's being a piece of shit? And maybe she deserves in a video game. Oh, I didn't do that. I'm sorry. Don't sneak on me. But then all of a sudden, a guy actually, you know, goes off and smacks the lady, and then all the other men are like, "Whoa! Oh, wait, hold on. We all know the example of this, right? How can she slap? How can she slap?"
Can't talk. Hey, idiot. Yeah, yeah. These guys have no life in them. I'm telling you guys something, you'll have absolutely no reaction.
Why is this on fucking Live Leak? Jesus Christ.
I guess I'm done over here. Thanks, guys.
ईशा, I think तुम इन दोनों को अपना challenge क्यों नहीं दिखा देती?
There's not one word coming out of their mouth.
Actually, the thing is that we don't want to talk with you, actually.
Why don't you go and f*** off then?
You go.
Boom!
How can you snap? How can you snap? Mad or what, bloody? How can she snap?
But, like, I mean, damn, dude, what do you expect? Also, keep in mind as well, and I hate how turned on its head everything is, like, this is supposed to be the Republican archetype. You see a poor woman being attacked by a power-tripping man. Your Republican conservative manly alpha male instinct should be to intervene, right? This is like the fantasy situation that all the red pillars and all the conservatives generally imagine themselves in. A man is attacking a woman for no reason, and I'm going to peacefully intervene. You know, again, the guy didn't punch the cop. He had a lot of good shots on the cop here. If he wanted to beat the shit out of him or attack him, he could have. He didn't. He just stepped in front of him. He's like, bro.
I feel like he went a little, like, way hard here, and that raised the temperature of everything. Now, if we look, what did Alex Peretti do here? He responds by putting his hand on the cummerbund of the officer. You can see him here. He kind of like tries to separate him. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Now listen, that is definitionally assault on a law enforcement officer. He put his hands on a law enforcement officer, even though that officer was doing wrong. And I got to say this, if you're going to go to a protest and observe, you have to be an observer. If you're like, well, we want to make sure the government is doing the things that they're supposed to be doing and that they're not abusing people. I think that's an honorable thing, but you got to recognize that if you decide to get involved, if you decide not to be an observer, but to be a participant, you could run into problems like this, okay?
So I don't disagree with this. Did he look in the beginning at the image from right in front of the car? I don't know if the guy ever actually touched the cop. If he did, it was insanely slight. I don't know if he ever actually touched him. I'm not sure. But again, even if he touched him, like, the guy is not attacking him. He's not hitting him. He's not punching him. Like,
Hey, now, I understand why you would do it. Guy's an ICU nurse. And if you go talk to any nurse, right? Like, I was talking to a nurse practitioner just a little while ago, my good friend Sandy, and she's like, look, as an ICU nurse, man, breaking up people fighting is part of your training. It's part of the way that you do business. It's part of just the fabric of your being, because you're going to be dealing with combative people, maybe especially working for the VA, as I say that as a disabled veteran. And so I understand why he might do that. Of course, does the agent know that he's an ICU nurse? No, probably not. If he knew he was an ICU nurse working for the VA, would he maybe have given him a little bit more, leeway, a little bit more courtesy? Maybe. So I'm saying this does meet the definition of maybe of assault on a police officer, or
I don't know. From one angle, like from this angle, maybe it's a stretch, but maybe. But I feel like from the angle of the car, I don't think so.
Impeding an official investigation.
GunTuber and lawyer Collian Noor posted his video on it too. I can't watch a lot of his stuff. It's just very uncomfortable. I have like it's the opposite of ASMR, like fingernails on a chalkboard or whatever. When people's mouths are very like cummy, like you can tell that they've been like throating loads all day from especially older men like Trump. It's just the sound just bothers me. So I typically don't watch a lot of his videos on anything political related, even when it has to do with firearms. Unfortunately, sorry.
Investigation. And so I don't love him doing that. I think that it's not great. I certainly don't think, though, that it rises to the level of we should shoot this guy. Certainly it doesn't, and I'm not saying this is why they shot him. Instead, what the agent does here is the agent decides to get out the OC spray and hose him down. Now, if the agent said, wait a minute, I was in the lawful performance of my duties, and this guy impeded my duties, and so I blessed him with the hot sauce. Well, I don't love it, but I understand why.
Wait, hold on. We might have a big disagreement here. Wait, fuck. Did this guy actually? Hold on.
I don't like that he had a gun. I don't like that he had two.
Yes, we know he had a license, but even if we didn't know that in the moment, simply possessing a firearm does not automatically turn you into a criminal. Besides, they weren't restraining him because he had a gun. They didn't even know he had a gun until he was on the ground. You may not like the fact that he was protesting ICE. That still does not strip him of his Second Amendment rights any more than if someone who is pro-ICE went to protest against the protesters while carrying their gun. The Second Amendment is for everybody, not just people you agree with, not just people who vote like you, not just people who make you comfortable.
Okay, I rescind my mean comments for today. Generally, I don't like this guy, though, but I'll rescind my mean comments for today.
If your belief in the Second Amendment disappears the second the person carrying the gun isn't on your team, then do you actually believe in the Second Amendment? Now, let's talk about what actually happened on the video. From what I saw, it looked like he was filming two women who were actively agitating the officer, blowing whistles, getting in his face, escalating the situation. From my perspective, it looked like documentation, not participation. I don't know if he told them to stop. I don't know if he tried to de-escalate verbally. All I can tell you is what it looked like to me from the footage. And yes, those whistles were annoying as hell. They annoyed me just watching the video. But annoyance is not illegality. Blowing whistles is actually protected speech under the First Amendment. At the same time, I also saw the agent pushing one of the women to the ground. Was that that legally justified? Was she under arrest? Was he enforcing something specific? I don't know. I'm not going to pretend I know just to make people feel better. Now, the dynamic clearly changed when the guy stepped between the agent and the woman after she went down. Do I think he was trying to be malicious? It looked to me like he was just trying to protect someone who had just fallen. Did that decision introduce risk, especially while he was armed? Yes, absolutely. And here's where the two-way reality kicks in. You have a right to protest. You have a right to carry a firearm, even at a protest. Protest can turn violent. You still have to get back to your car. You still have to go home. All that shit. You're not any more safer at a protest. If I were protesting something, chances are I'd be carrying too, because I can legally do that. But I'm not going to engage federal agents while they're working. And I'm definitely not stepping between a federal agent while he's actively pushing someone else. That agent doesn't know me or my intentions. So I'm not risking it. When I carry a gun, I have two personalities, Pussy and John Wick. I'm the most passive person in the world when I'm carrying a gun. But if someone is trying to kill me or someone I love, you get to meet John Wick. When you carry a gun, you are held to a higher standard. Not morally, practically. The same way federal agents are held to a higher standard because they are armed and empowered by the government. That's not favoritism. That is responsibility. Now let's get back to the incident itself. This shooting looks fucking bad and dripping in negligence.
Now we'll slow things down so each moment is clear. Here is Preddy. Several agents are restraining him, and this is the Border Patrol agent who will shoot him first. This appears to be when agents first notice that Preddy is carrying a firearm and yell that he has a gun. Watching the same moment from a different angle, the agent who first pepper sprayed Preddy beats him several times with a spray canister. We can see that both of Preddy's arms are pinned down by his head. This agent in gray reaches to remove Preddy's weapon from his hip, as this agent unholsters his gun, nudges the agent in gray out of the way, and fires. Let's rewind and focus on the agent who shoots first. Just seconds before he fired, he was facing away from Preddy and focusing on an entirely different situation as he tries to spray a nearby woman with an irritant. The spray appears to malfunction.
This guy's fucking retarded, bro.
The agent turns as he adjusts it. That's when someone yells that Preddy has a gun. In around 5 seconds after fully turning his attention toward Preddy, the agent draws his weapon and shoots. His arm visibly recoils at the first shot. The firearm has clearly been removed from the scrum when the first shots are fired toward Preddy at close range. The officer who disarmed Preddy can be seen reacting to the sound of the first shot, looking back toward the skirmish. The shooter was standing behind Preddy and not under direct threat, contradicting statements from Homeland Security officials that he fired defensive shots. He also has a vantage point to see the gun pulled from the scene, but it's unclear if he did and whether he thought a weapon was still on Preddy. He then fires 3 more shots from behind Preddy, whose arms are down as he appears to brace himself against the pavement. In one hand, he still holds his phone, and in his other, his glasses. The agent in gray who removed Preddy's gun carries it across the street. Preddy is disarmed and falling to the ground. But the agent who first pepper sprayed Preddy and later beat him with a canister also pulls out his gun. From a distance, despite the fact that Preddy is lying motionless on
He's not the one that fires the second round of shots, is he?
the ground, these 2 agents fire 6 more shots.
He's got to go. That dude, he's...
Oh, sweet Jesus, let me kill this nigga.
This guy's got to go. He's got to go. I don't know what this guy's story is, but if CCOT was made for anything, this guy's got to go.
Neither is under threat. In total, the agents fire 10 shots in 5 seconds.
The real questions are, who caused it? And why did the shooting continue afterwards? There are 2 plausible scenarios. 1, an officer draws under stress, finger on the trigger, cold conditions, movement during the struggle, and negligently discharged the gun.
Also, holy shit, I know the military must be good with this, right? Because you guys are in the military. I know gamers understand this. If you're good at a video game, for team games, the first thing you notice, go watch professional Overwatch, professional Valorant, professional CSGO, is always comms. You always know immediately when you're a good queue versus a shit queue, right? Where when you're playing with a good team, you can close your eyes and it's like the Matrix. You can see everything happening on the map because everybody's callouts are quick, they're concise, they're precise. You're just getting so much information so quickly from everybody that everybody's playing well as a team. Cops, I feel like cops have no comms at all. It feels like Silver Q, right? Where you ever play, or if you watch me and Mooten play sometimes, we're like, he's over there! And it's like, let me use my telepathic powers to know what the fuck you're talking about. He's right, he's shooting me, he's right there! It's like, where? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. He's got a gun, who? Where? How, what are you talking about? I don't know. And then people start shooting. Cop comms are terrible. I don't know if they don't have any training on it or any discipline, or if they don't do any team training or whatever, but I feel like comms are non-existent for police officers. It's unbelievable to me.
2, the officer disarms him, moves away with the firearm, and then negligently discharges it while trying to secure it. Those 2 scenarios lead to very different conclusions. If the first shot came from the officer moving away with the gun, it's still negligence. But maybe they can argue how other agents might believe that lethal force was being used against them, and they just...
To be fair to cops, you only ever see them in situations where they had bad comms. And I understand I can't extrapolate from mine, but even when I was swatted, like I had 2 people shouting different things at me between turn around and then it was... keep your hands up, and then it was put your hands on the back of your head. And I heard all 3 of these basically said at the same time between 2 different officers, one of who changed like what he was saying. And it was like, fuck, don't let me, not like this. This is the most retarded fucking way. I swear to God, if I get killed outside my fucking apartment, okay? Jesus. But like, even at that, it's like, bro, come on. And keep in mind also, it's a high stress situation, okay? Especially if you've been to a range, like, how somebody point a gun at you is very fucking weird. That's not a good feeling, okay? You're not supposed to do that. You're breaking like 3 of the fucking rules of firearm ownership right here. It's just cop comms are just terrible. I don't know. I don't know why or what, or if there's just no training or no thought given to it. I don't know if I've ever seen. No, I'm sure I have. That's not fair. I'm sure I've seen good cop comms sometimes, maybe. I've seen good cop behavior. It feels like cops very much operate individualistically. And you know what? Actually, maybe that's the thing. Maybe it's like in the military, you really are like, you deploy as units. You're not like, you're not Jason Bourne. You don't go out as like single agent assassins. Like you're always working in teams. Whereas cops largely operate solo or with a partner, and that's it, maybe. So the backup situations and the teamwork are like incredibly rare. Maybe. I don't know.
Just reacted. Still negligent, but if the first shot came from the officer with his finger on the trigger and he knew it was a negligent discharge and then continued firing, at that point, we're no longer just talking about negligence. We're talking about something fundamentally different. And this is where the law matters, not vibes, not politics. Under Graham v. Connor and Tennessee v. Garner, deadly force is judged under the Fourth Amendment's objective reasonableness standard. Officer by officer, second by second. A gun existing is not the same thing as a gun being a threat. A holstered firearm, once removed in control, changes the legal math immediately. Another officer yelling gun or even an accidental discharge does not automatically authorize everyone in the scene to open fire. That's not my opinion. That's just law. Until we know, one, who fired the first shot, whether it was negligent, and what each officer...
I don't think it was an ND. I think now nobody believes that. It was the cop that fired the first shot. But also, I didn't know that it was the same cop that pepper sprayed him that took his gun out and fired from... What a fucking piece of shit. Holy fuck. What an actual fucking piece of shit. And we don't even know the guy's fucking name? What do I need to get government protection of my identity if I fucking murder somebody? What the fuck? That's crazy. That's crazy.
Why he would do that, and OC spray, I love. I think it's a good OC spray, and hose him down. Now, if the agent said, wait a minute, I was in the lawful performance of my duties, and this guy impeded my duties, and so I blessed him with the hot sauce. Well, I don't love it, but I understand why he would do that, and OC spray, I love. I think it's a good choice in a lot of these situations. I do think that this agent shows that he doesn't understand how to use OC spray very well, because he sprays him and sprays him and sprays him and sprays him again. That's bad tactics, right? You actually want to use the OC spray and then let it cook, because the aerosolization gets more of the oleoresin capsicum into the mucous membranes and has its effect. And I think that as we actually watch this go down, I think that what we're going to see here is that it was having an effect, but that the agent kept kind of putting it over the top.
Yeah, there's like a world where I don't like it at all, just because I don't think the guy had shown himself to be violent at all. So I feel like you're escalating so much for no reason. But like, there's a world where like he sprays him and then backs up, and I just think, okay, this is kind of a dick cop, like an asshole cop. But like to spray him and then to engage like in Mortal Kombat, I'm like, really?
And putting new spray down over the top of the old spray, and so it didn't work as well as he wanted it to, because he was spraying it again and again and again. Now they're going to grab a hold of him here and drag him off of this lady and then start kind of beating him up pretty good. Now we switched over here to the one that I'm a little worried is AI generated, not generated, but maybe kind of, it's enhanced so far that I'm just going to say this is tentative, okay? But what you can see right here, you can see where the arrow is the fact that that Freddy has his elbows down on the ground. He is using his forearms to stabilize himself, and he's basically turtled up. We're going to see other angles of it that he's basically got his head buried in his arms because the OC spray is kicking his butt. And so
I will say, fuck, wait, was this Dan's app idea? There needs to be a video platform that becomes more standard use for situations like this. So YouTube will always transcode video that you send to their servers. Even if you're watching in max quality from my stream, you're not actually getting the encode that I'm sending from my computer. The encode is always being rerun through YouTube's encoding services or service first. So in 99% of cases, it doesn't matter. But in cases like this, where you might be resolution limited or you're distance limited, where like every pixel starts to matter, it would be nice to have the original video for this, not the YouTube transcoded video where it just like the pixels matter here. Like they really do.
So will he be resisting? A little bit, yes, but that doesn't justify shooting him. Now, what could is if, again, he makes a imminent threat of death or great bodily injury to one of the agents, but I don't see that here. I just don't see that going down in anything that I see, because now watch what happens here. As the agent in the gray is trying, he's going to end up trying to kind of pick his foot up to get his hips on the ground. And I want to notice here that our agent in gray is trying to get his feet up, and our agent in the black beanie and the green shirt, he is our shooter. He is the guy who's going to end up shooting Alex Preddy. He's not paying attention to him right now. So he's not seeing what's going on. He's instead looking at the two women and trying to discern what they're doing. He's going to turn his attention back. Now, again, that doesn't justify...
Yeah, I heard that apparently the women who actually made these recordings, I think I saw that yesterday, hadn't even been contacted by federal law enforcement yet. That's very concerning if that's the case.
Things one way or the other. But what it says is that human attention is very finite, and he was paying attention to this thing a minute ago, now over here to this thing in another minute. I also want to note that you can still see that Freddy's hands are on the ground, that he is bracing himself off his elbows and his forearms, and the agent in gray is...
FBI, have you been contacted by anyone from the federal government? FBI?
No, I have
Border
not.
Patrol, Homeland Security?
I do have a legal team now who are fielding much of that, and I am no longer accessible in those ways.
I talked to your attorney this morning. She said she had not received any outreach from the FBI or anybody from the federal government.
I do not think they have my name yet. Obviously they will.
You've given testimony to state investigators.
Yes.
Do you?
So I said, OC spray is literally the worst thing used as a cop. Every time I use it and went hands-on, it became a life or death struggle because the pain releases all of your adrenaline. Also, ICE is using bear spray because they think it burns more, but capsaicinoids, I can't pronounce this word, levels don't determine how much it burns, but how long it burns. Okay. You wear gloves. Got them.
Do you have confidence in a federal investigation?
No. No, I do not. I have faith in various representatives throughout our country who are trying to do the right thing and make sure that justice is served. I have faith in our local government in Minnesota. I think they are wanting to make sure to protect us and investigate it thoroughly, but they are trying to block that from happening. They wouldn't even let the investigative team come to the crime scene.
Capsaicin.
Their goal is to protect themselves and to spin stories.
It's incredible to me, though, that 4 days after this shooting, you have not been contacted by anybody from the FBI or the federal government. What does that tell you?
Like, I feel like retrieving that evidence immediately is the most important thing you could do. That's just a no-brainer, right? You want to get the evidence as quickly as possible, make sure it's not tainted, make sure it's not deleted, make sure, like, I don't know why that would almost be like a day zero. Like, as soon as it happens, you're requesting all of this. That's crazy to me.
That they're protecting themselves and they don't care about the truth of what happened.
Am I going to be able to finish this video in time?
He's trying to leverage his feet up to get his hips on the ground. And that's a tactic that they use, and I think it's an okay tactic. And you notice there's, 3 guys, 4 guys trying to hold him down. If they feel like he needs to be in custody, I don't have any problems with this to this point. I mean, I don't love it, but again, I don't think there's this huge, egregious problems. But where there starts being problems here, and I don't think it's a big problem yet, is you see that they uncovered his firearm. So he's concealed carrying a firearm, and in concealed carrying that firearm, he hasn't tried to go for it. You can see that his arms are still on the ground, actually, in this one. You can see there with that second arrow that his forearms are still on the ground, but that the agent in gray has identified that his shirt has ridden up, and he's carrying a firearm, about 4 o'clock, so behind the hip, not smaller back, but a little bit, kind of behind the hip. And the agent has said, has realized there in gray, there's a gun involved here. Now, I don't hear him say gun or anything like that, but we are going to see him, now we already actually see him grabbing a hold of that gun. I don't have a problem with this. If you're going to arrest somebody, you identify that they have a firearm on their person. Securing that firearm is a good thing to do, right? This is how we should be doing things. And you notice here that our agent who shot, who is, again, black beanie in the middle with a green shirt on, he has something in his right hand right now.
Would it be reasonable to assume that the video has been uploaded in full so the federal agents wouldn't care to reach out? No. You want the original video off the phone. It's just a better chain of custody. It's going to be a higher resolution, higher quality, which again is going to matter here.
He's going to transfer that over to his left hand and draw his pistol in just a second when we move it forward. And the question is why? I don't see why he drew his firearm here. I can't tell you why he drew his firearm here. None of the
Didn't somebody scream gun, gun? Isn't that why?
angles show why he chose to draw his firearm here, but he did. The only person who can tell us that is the agent. And so that's going to depend on the investigation when he says, why did you draw your gun? And again, at this point, what we see actually is that the agent in gray is the one who is in control of his firearm. So could this be a huge case of a mistake that the agent who drew his gun saw the gun coming out of the holster and wrongly assumed that it was Freddie that drew it? I suppose that's within the realm of possibility, but is that a reasonable, is that a reasonable inference from the evidence? I don't know that it is. I struggle with that, and I think a jury is going to struggle with it. Now, as we move it forward just a little bit, I want to show you the frame that comes a half second before his first trigger press. Because right here is a half second before the trigger press, and this is an important frame. Because what we know is that in complex environments where people have to make decisions, they make a decision to fire 0.56 seconds plus or minus 0.08 from when the shot breaks, right? That's from Lewinsky et al. And their studies on time to start and stop shooting. 0.56 plus or minus 0.08 in a complex but not complicated environment. So with that in mind, this is the frame right here that's half second before the first shot breaks. That this comes right before, this is the vision that the agent gets that makes him make the decision to shoot. I don't see anything in here. Again, I still see Freddie face down on the ground. I don't see him reaching back towards his waistband. I don't see him with a gun in his hand, but he does have his cell phone in his hand. So does the agent mistake that for a gun? I can't tell you that. I don't like it though. He's never had a gun in his hand. He's never reached for the gun on his waist. And I just don't see any justification at that point for shooting him that is objective, that he always had the phone in his hand. So what did the agent see? I don't know. Now this next still frame is the agent has shot him, and now you see the second shot that breaks that comes just a little while later, about 0.7 seconds later. And you see here that the agent has made a second decision to shoot. And now we see Freddie on his knees with his back turned to the agent and get shot just cleanly and square in the back. Now, it's not about where you shoot somebody. It's about why. Why did he do that? I can't answer that for you. Only the agent can answer that for you. What made him make that second decision to shoot? I don't know. But I can say that as somebody who looks at these things all the time, this looks terrible in front of a jury. You've got an unarmed man who is being shot in the back while he's on his knees and surrounded by government agents while he is simply just trying to be a protester and be a regular human being. So is this okay? I don't like it, friends. I don't like anything about this. I think that it is not the kind of policing that we want. And I think a jury's going to really struggle with this, and rightly so, in my opinion. So this is going to be one that if I'm a prosecutor and I want to prosecute this, I'm showing this still again and again and again to the jury. Because what you see here, yeah, he does have his cell phone in his hand. You can see it in his right hand right there. He has his cell phone. He's had his cell phone in his hand the whole time. He's just held onto it because he's gripping it because he's hurting so bad. Is anything that he has done something that I would say is worthy of shooting somebody? I struggle to see it. I struggle to see justification to shoot Alex Freddie here. And I don't see anything that would look to me like an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. This is the second one that I'm going to show and show significantly to the jury if I want to prosecute this, that it looks like, again, a firing line. Now, it looks to me like our original shooter is the only officer who fires, which, if that's the case, that's good for all the other officers. They're making their own independent decisions to shoot. But again, I don't see any...
Is there any argument that the guy who assaulted Ilhan Omar could have been justifiably shot and killed if using the same standard as the ICE shootings? I mean, I think so. I think most people would agree with that, though. I think charging a politician with anything in your hand is going to be, especially the federal politicians, pretty spooky. I don't know if there have been similar circumstances to that or not, but that's like, whew, you're playing with fire there.
Any reason here that shots are continuing, and a whole bunch of them went off. And so even if I start saying the first one okay, the second one okay, I start struggling to see them as they continue to go on, given the totality of the circumstances. I don't like this, but again, there's a lot more at stake than just the video evidence, and I want to say that very clearly. The video evidence, I don't like this from a justification standpoint. There's a whole lot of investigation that's not involved in the video evidence. The video is just one part of the evidence, and you got to take that into account. You can see here him turtle up, and now watch our guy in the gray jacket is going to come over, and you're going to see him grab a hold of the gun in the holster. And I'm going to say before that, if you notice, our original pepper spray officer is beating him in the face with his Cannabis C spray. I hate this. I hate it from a lot of perspectives. Number one, you got a lot of dudes around there going for it. Use the guys that you got. Number two, you beat somebody with can of OC like that, you could turn a can of OC spray into an OC grenade in a hurry and end up OC spraying everybody, including yourself and all the agents around. Don't do that, right? Don't use a can of OC spray as a bludgeoning tool. That is really stupid. It is a very bad idea. Also, I think that you could cause great bodily harm with that. That could be considered aggressive, excessive force all by itself right there. Now here we see our guy in the gray who got the gun away. You can see the gun in his hand there. And I've seen a couple of reports that said that maybe that it was this guy who had a negligent discharge with this gun. And I've seen that repeated a couple times, but I don't see evidence for that. I don't see the gun cycle, and I don't see it report recoil. I don't see the muzzle flip that I would expect to see over a couple of frames. So I don't see the evidence for that, and I don't see I don't have that corroborated by official reports, okay? So I don't think he did. I think it's a good thing to get the gun out of there, and I think he did a good job of that. Let me get that gun out of there and secure it. That actually isn't bad. Now, I want to stop here, third angle, and recognize again that Mr. Preddy here got involved and put his hand, and you can see him right there, put his hand on the cummerbund of the Border Patrol agent. And that is, it's a bad idea. I don't think it should be a death sentence. I don't think that should have escalated to this place that it did, but you got to recognize if you're going, you're like, look, we're going to make sure that the Border Patrol does the things that it's supposed to do and that they're not violating people's rights. You got to go as an observer, friends. You got to just go and say, I'm going to record, but I'm not going to get involved, because to get involved means that I could very easily die. Now, for some people, hey man, it's worth dying for. Well, I get that. I would far prefer that Mr. Preddy here have kept recording, and then, hey, I want to take this to court. I think that this person did wrong, and I want to see him charged with assault for just pushing this woman on the ground with no justification to do so. That would have been the right choice here. I'm not blaming him though for that, and I still don't think I don't think he should have had the hell beat out of him, and I certainly don't think he should have been shot for it. I don't think he was shot for that, and I want to make sure that we say that. Again, the OC spray, man, I don't love it. Because I think it's probably all a big misunderstanding here. And agents, listen, if you're in this, you need to go, hey, wait a minute. It's up to us as the agents of the government to chill out here, to be the adults in the room, to act with integrity. And we actually see some of that here. I'm going to show it to you in a minute. But I also want to recognize, you can see right here that Preddy has his face buried in the crook of his elbow, and he's got his hands on the ground. I want you to see that very clearly here. And that's what we see from the whole thing, is that they're trying to get him down, and he's just turtled up because he's in so much pain from the OC spray. That's what OC spray does. So the OC was effective. And I think if they'd just let the OC cook, they didn't have any problems with this guy. He never went for the gun. He never actually tried to hurt anybody. And so I just think that this is a vast overreaction. I also want to note right here, this is a little interesting thing. Notice the officer that's in the foreground here. There's another woman who's filming. Do you notice he didn't get all kinds of belligerent? Do you notice he's just like, man, back off, please. Please walk over there. Let's not get involved. She does that, and he's super professional. I just wanted to note, again, all these other guys who just go to work on Alex Preddy, that they had an example right in their midst of somebody who's not using excessive force, somebody who's not beating the crap out of each other or out of private citizens, somebody who is not doing things wrong. More of that, please. Follow that guy's example of de-escalating, of letting people exercise their rights while making sure everybody's safe would have been the right thing. Final thing here again, you can see that they did disarm him. So Mr. Preddy was carrying a firearm. That is not wrong. It's okay for him to carry a firearm. And it really frustrates me that people have said, well, he shouldn't have been carrying a gun in a protest. That is bullcrap, in my opinion. He's exercising a constitutionally protected right, and it's his right to do so. It's his right to be at a protest and to document what's going on there if he feels like it's wrong. I think at the end of the day here, when I look at this, I don't see anything on video that I could tell was objective, reasonable evidence that justifies the use of deadly force. I want to be cautious with that, though, because the video evidence is only one part of things, and it's not the determinative part of things. There's far more in an investigation that will go down that says, was this actually a justified use of deadly force? There's interviews with all of the witnesses, with all of the agents involved, with particularly the agent who shot and why, and accounting for each shot and why he shot when he did will be the key to this investigation. I will say that what I see on video, I don't like. And depending upon how the rest of the investigation goes, this is one that as opposed to the shooting of Renee Good, that I said, I think that the video evidence shows objective, reasonable evidence why a trained ICE agent in that case would use deadly force to stop themselves. I don't see that here. I do not have evidence on video that showcases that. I want to be cautious with that. Once again, and final, to say that the video evidence is not everything, and so I'm not making a final determination there. This is an analysis of the videos only. Is that going to frustrate people? I get it. It's going to frustrate everybody, because half the people are going to say, but John, we got to stand up to protesters doing bad things, and the other half is going to say these are jackbooted thugs that are killing people for no reason. The reality is there's some nuance here that we have to take into account. I don't see justification for the use of deadly force here, but I will still allow the process to play its way out. I understand that people are frustrated with their government, and I think protest of government is an ensconced right for a reason, and I honor that right. And I think that it's worth it as a society to discuss, is this how we want our government to operate? Is this the way that we want our federal law enforcement officers patrolling the streets? And that's worth discussing and considering and being strong about and having strong opinions about. But let's do so, friends, as best we can in a spirit that says, listen, we're the adults in the room, and rather than letting our guts drive us here, rather than letting our intuition drive us, let's be people who are good, sane, sober, moral, prudent people who take a reasoned path and look at all of the evidence and let that be our guide. My thoughts and prayers are with the family and friends of Alex Preddy. I think that this is a terrible tragedy that should not have happened. I don't see justification for it in the video evidence, so let's do better, friends. And at the end of things, do I think charges will be filed? I mean, that depends on the investigation. State charges won't, because of the supremacy clause for sure. Will federal charges be filed? I'd be super surprised given the political climate, quite frankly. Will civil charges, will civil suits be filed? Unquestionably and unequivocally. We'll just have to see how those go. Everybody, let's be kind to one another, shall we? And let's do better, and let's pull our society back from the brink of civil war.
I feel like it's a fair video. I don't know what this guy's political stances are normally, but Okay. Well, I love you guys. I'll be back in like an hour and a half. I'm gonna go do this show. They didn't. I'm guessing they probably don't want me to live stream it. So, and then maybe we'll watch Andrew Wilson on the Joe Rogan Experience. Jesus Christ. What a world we're in.
In the wake of the union.
Be careful.